Welcome back to Reynolds Coliseum as we get ready for semifinal action as part of our coverage of the 2023 ACC Wrestling Championships, where we'll be here all day through the night on ACC Network when we'll crown a team champion and 10 individual champions ACC style. Dean Linke joined by that man right there, Michael Macchiavello, 197-pound national champion in 2018 in Cleveland, and his alma mater tied with Pitt. Remember, NC State, Pitt, and Virginia Tech all sharing the regular season title. Your thoughts as we get ready for the semifinals, Mock?
Man, this is starting to get to the really most exciting parts of the day. We're going to see some matchups. We're going to see some 1-seed wrestles, some 2-seeds wrestled. And fans are going to get what they want, man. This is that time of day where things are about to get rowdy.
All right, so semifinals, 125 pounds, as we're going to see the number 2 seed, Eddie Ventresca, taking on Jack Wagner. Wagner, who won by a tech fall over Ethan Grimminger. And remember, at 125, only 2 qualify. So you win, and you are in the NCAAs. That's how exciting this matchup is right now, Mock.
Oh, yeah. Pressure's on.
So here we go. Ventresca, the number 2 seed. Over on mat 1, it'll be Jarrett Trombley. There'll be times as part of our over on mat 2, rather, as part of our mat 1 coverage, we will show you some of mat 2 as well. We're not afraid to 2-box it here with a great producer like Matt Curry and a director like Josh Monk. Josh Monk, who found that banner hanging. I'll tell you what, that banner was awesome, Mock. Pretty cool to see as we're underway here at 125.
Yeah, I think, too, what you'll start to see is not that guys don't wrestle hard at the beginning in the morning and the start of the tournament, but when the matches mean more, the intensity raises.
You feel it. Yeah, I feel it already. It was a short break, but we're back at it. And we'll be here pretty much all day. And then don't forget, 7 o'clock tonight, Sean and Rock will bring you the finals with just one mat. And what we're expecting to be a record crowd. There's a shot.
Great shot attempt there to the single leg, but Wagner did a great job pulling him up immediately. Now he's got an underhook on the left side with elbow control on the right. Shot attempt there by Ventresca. Guys want to be pretty particular about how they make shot attempts because, you know, you don't want to give up points and ultimately end up losing the match, but that's part of where I think guys need to improve is you don't want to think about winning or losing a match. You just want to wrestle. You want to keep it simple, and you just want to make sure that your effort and attitude are great and that you're wrestling through every position to the best of your ability. Let the winning take care of itself. Let the results take care of itself. But sometimes when you focus so hard on the result, you kind of freeze up. You don't open up as much. You're not as loose. And I'm not saying that these guys are wrestling great right now, but just things to think about for the fans at home. It's like these are the things that guys think about, things that are going through their mind in a competition setting like this one.
Wagner advancing with that tech fall over Grimminger. Ventresca.
Good level changes, double knee drop to an angle. Looked like he probably could have ended up on a single leg there, but great job staying agile and squaring up by Ventresca, straight to the collar tie.
Mock, I can tell you that Wagner lost to Ventresca 6-2 not that long ago, February 10th.
You know, we've seen a common theme through the guys where there's matches where guys have won and by a big margin, and we're seeing that margin's a lot smaller, or matches the guys have won and they're getting beat by the guy they beat a couple weeks prior, about a month ago.
Second time through.
Beautiful shuck to a single leg right at the end of the period. Unfortunately, not going to be able to finish the takedown here to build his lead. So we're going to go into the second period with a 0-0 score.
Wagner's record after that pin is now 21-6 on the season.
21-6, you said?
21-6.
Pretty good record.
Remember, 2 AQs out of 125, 33 total coming from the ACC.
Good claw ride attempt here. But Wagner's doing a good job isolating that wrist, keeping it pinned to the mat. Now he's getting up to his feet, but Ventresca did a good job dropping back down, coming right back up, staying tight to his body, staying with him.
Ventresca, redshirt freshman, 17-6 with 7 bonus point victories, 3-1 versus the field here in the 125 weight class for Virginia Tech, who along with NC State and Pitt shared the regular season title. NC State has won the last 4 ACC tournaments, trying to make it 5 in a row, but it won't be easy as Pitt and Virginia Tech looking very good. And there is the first point.
Nice first point. Great escape there by Wagner. You can start to hear the fans a little bit more than we could in the earlier sessions. You know the excitement is starting to build here in Reynolds Coliseum as we start with the second part of our day here in round 2 in the semifinals. Score is 1-0. Riding time is not a factor. Underhook here by Wagner. Let's see if he uses it for an offensive attempt, maybe to an underhook throw by to a single leg. Wagner is up 2-0.
Ventresca enters his first league championship with the first round bye.
Good fake to a snap. A lot of action here. Posting off, doing a good job wrestling from space. Not allowing Ventresca to slow him down. Nice shot attempt there off of the collar tie. Pulled to a single by Ventresca. Wagner did a great job kind of feeling that attempt and reacting well. Ventresca awarded a point for what looked like a call that pertains to the interlocking of fingers.
Ventresca, the New Jersey state champion at 120 pounds. And when you get to this level, it's hard not to find high school state champions, right?
Absolutely. And the state champion is a dime of a dozen. You know, most guys have 1, 2, 3, sometimes even 4 state titles coming into college. But the interesting thing about being a New Jersey state champion is it's different from other states. There's very few states in the country that have 1 high school state tournament.
There you go.
The state of North Carolina has 4 classifications, so there's 4 state champions per weight. The state of New Jersey for the sport of wrestling has 1.
That's something.
That's something.
Huge. We're tied here now.
Nice double knee drop. Trying to create some action. Guys are working off the collar tie. Snap to an angle. I like what I'm seeing here from Wagner. Scores 2-2 now with the skate. Riding time still not a factor.
Wagner with the 17-2 tech fall over Grimier to get to this matchup against Ventresca.
So most people don't realize in those positions, like in these moments right here where you see guys kind of locked up, where they both have a collar tie. Nice shot attempt there to a single leg. Great job squaring up the hips. Looking for the counter to the ankle. Oh, no.
Well, you mentioned the hips of Ventresca, and I think that's where, off the shot, the right shoulder of the Tar Heel, Jack Wagner.
Saying, don't stop it, don't stop it. I love the toughness. I love the grittiness. Right here, when he goes for that. Yeah. Oh, man. That's unfortunate. But he said, don't stop it immediately. While he's grimacing, while he's grabbing his shoulder, immediately goes to the ref. You can tell he wants to wrestle. And as a fellow competitor, you love seeing that toughness.
Well, two boxes. Trombley's got a lead 5-3 over Camacho.
With riding time. Minute 20 and counting.
Camacho got a 12-2 win over McCormick. So we will need to keep an eye on the shoulder of Wagner over on mat 1. Little bonus coverage as you see Trombley, the 1 seed, with the 5-3 lead over Camacho.
Trombley has looked lights out the past month here for NC State. He's wrestling the best I've ever seen him wrestle. His offense is great. He's incredibly active. He's got good pop off of his shots, good explosive ability to the leg. He looks great right now, peaking at the right time.
All right, so Wagner.
Looks like his shoulder's okay. 2 shot attempt. 50 seconds left in the 3rd period here on mat 1 with Ventresca and Wagner.
It was
good snap to a single leg.
Wagner with 3 straight points from Ventresca.
Oh, 3-2, scores 3-2. Ventresca is actually leading Wagner with 30 seconds left. Stall call, Ventresca hit with a stall call. If he hits with another stall call and Wagner gets awarded a point, great single leg attempt here. He's got great control of the knee, which is gonna be really, really hard for Wagner to recover, but he's doing a great job passing the head, getting off to the side. If he can get to a crouch lock here, sit the corner.
Good scramble.
Wow. These guys are getting after it.
Yeah, they are.
Great wrestling there by both guys.
You see Ventresca with the emotion, but you got to give Wagner a ton of credit. But Ventresca has earned a shot in tonight's championship matchup and an automatic qualifier for the NCAAs.
It's a good feeling knowing you've qualified for the NCAA tournament, and now just get ready for the finals.
What a great way to start. And just like when we started earlier at 125, we had an injury, so we get a little bit behind. Meanwhile, Trombley, we can tell you, over on mat 2 with a 9-4 lead. Camacho just with an escape. All right, here we go to 133. At 133, there are 3 qualifiers. And we are expecting to see Sam Latona from Virginia Tech taking on
Kai Oreen. This is going to be an awesome matchup. Both these guys have some exciting styles of wrestling. And Kai actually has a win over Mickey Philippi. Beat him in the dual meet earlier this year. And so Sam Latona, Kai Oreen, Mickey, any of these guys could have potentially earned the 1 seed for this tournament. And so this is a matchup between 2 guys who very well could have been the 1 seeds had the dual meets ended up a different way. So it's going to be an exciting match between these 2. We're going to see some 2 very, very high-level 133-pounders here in the semifinals on mat 1.
So NC State and Virginia Tech. We're going to start to see a lot more of that here in the semifinals.
A little tidbit about Kai Oreen. He actually is a great artist and actually was able to design some shirts for the University Athletic Department that was given to all the student athletes for as a part of this. I can't remember what exactly it was, but he designed the athlete that the athletic department basically put on the t-shirt, and it went out to all student athletes. So you have all the student athletes on campus that have a t-shirt that was designed by Kai Oreen. So quite the artist, and great special talent off the mat as well. You got Trombley here in an underhook position. 6 seconds left. Hit with a stall call.
Trombley looks like he's going to win it. 10-5.
Pull it out.
So Trombley has also punched his ticket to Tulsa. Meanwhile, Kai, the artist that you're talking about, comes in with a 13-5 record. He pinned Logan Agan in 2 minutes and 34 seconds to earn this bout against Latona. Latona, the 2 seed, enters his 3rd ACC championship as a top 2 seed in as many tries and will look to return to the podium. First title at 125 pounds in 2021 after his 2nd place finish last season at 125. With the 2 seed Latona facing Oreen of NC State.
Pat Papalizio and Kevin Jack in the corner for Kai.
In the regular season, it was Latona 3-1 over the Wolfpack youngster. That's a pretty tight match, so this is going to be a good one.
Oh, yeah. We should see some big exchanges, I hope.
So here we go.
And the fans are into this one already, right out the gate.
Kai, the redshirt sophomore for NC State from Imperial, Missouri.
Thumb blocking right over the top. Trying to make sure that Latona isn't able to use his underhook, or not his underhook, his collar tie well. Got a little battle here at the wrists. Guys are controlling fingers there.
Mat 1 coverage of Kai Oreen, NC State, and Sam Latona, Virginia Tech. No score early doors. Ricky Filippi, who I think has been at Pitt 7 years, if I have that right. He's been there a long time. Taking on UVA's Yarbrough over on Mat 2. Sean and Rock have the coverage of that one.
You know, it's interesting. I actually believe Mickey transferred from University of Virginia to University of Pittsburgh.
Okay, maybe that's part of the reason he's been around for so long. I think he's been wrestling for I mean, obviously, there's a redshirt year in there, but he's been around for a while.
Yeah, he has been. That COVID year, man.
Yeah. He won at Virginia Tech, the ACC Outstanding Wrestler. It feels like a gazillion years ago at the Castle.
He came out hot his first year at Pittsburgh. He does a really good job working the 2-on-1. He's very effective there, does a good job getting to that tie, slows guys down from there, controls them. He's able to get to offense with it.
As I mentioned, Latona with a 3-1 regular season victory over Kai.
What's interesting about this matchup is body type and styles. So these guys have different styles of wrestling, but both are very exciting to watch. Latona is a little longer. He's got more length, more reach. He's able to create a little bit more leverage. Kai is really athletic and is nimble almost. If you watch him in the room, he's very acrobatic. He can cartwheel over guys, cartwheel through positions, hip over, does some pretty exciting stuff, and is very flexible as well. And so these guys have very different styles of wrestling, but it makes for an exciting match. And so that's part of the reason why I've been so excited to watch this match specifically today. And another thing too fans can think about is when you see guys here in this type of moment where they both have their hands on each other, but there's not a whole lot of action going on. What's going on is guys are feeling out the position. They're feeling out their ties. Somebody's working to get a collar tie. The other person's trying to stop the person from using their collar tie, and also trying to get a tie of their own to create offense, to create angles, to push, to pull, to create some sort of offensive opportunity. Coach
there he is. Yeah, Pat Papalizio. Coach Pops.
We can double this one up.
11th season. I mean, he's got a following. I mean, when he goes out in Raleigh, people know who he is. Kind of like you.
Yeah,
I'm serious.
Yeah, Pat's awesome, man. He's done an incredible job here at NC State. And yeah, it's special what he's been able to do with the program here, given the resources that are available.
I mean, to be fair, he's made NC State a wrestling school. I mean, it is a wrestling school.
He has. He's had, we were talking about it earlier, he's had 3 national champions, and he's had 6 wrestlers go to the finals.
It's awesome.
That's incredible, man.
And 4 straight ACC tournament titles, trying to make it 5 in front of what we think will be a record crowd by the end of the day. That's what we're hoping for. Brandon Neff from the ACC thinks there's a good chance. There was only a few tickets remaining, and Pat Papalizio, you see his numbers right there. 8 titles, 4 tournament, 4 dual meets. And a great person too, right, Mock?
Absolutely.
Looking for our first points here. Latona trying to spin out. There it is. So Latona on the board.
Good shot attempt on the edge there by Kai. Kyrene with 30 seconds of riding time. So here, back to what I was discussing earlier, where these guys are kind of feeling out the position, feeling out ties, gauging pressure. So if you notice, look at the feet of each wrestler. They're driving into each other, right? They're using that back foot. They're creating pressure. So while you have a collar tie or you have a thumb block over the top, you're driving into one another here, trying to create pressure. And what happens is when you create that pressure, that gives you an opportunity to work. Whether you have an underhook, whether you have a collar tie, if someone's pressuring back into you, you can snap. If you have an underhook, maybe you can throw a by. It just creates opportunities to work. And so here, these guys are feeling each other out, creating pressure, trying not to pressure back in too much so the other doesn't have anything to work with. And it's a lot of recognition, right? Can I feel what's going on? And so it doesn't look like a whole lot's going on, but there's so much nuance that's happening here in these ties.
Mock bringing the heat here for the semifinals. Love it. And you know, all of the wrestling fans, and there's so many now. I mean, wrestling's so big at the college level now.
Oh, huge. And the sport of MMA has done us wonders, because we've started to have amateur wrestlers. Coach Roby here on the screen, 6th season. He's done a tremendous job there over Virginia Tech.
So, Mock, I did talk to him and reminded him of when they won it here. He said he didn't know what his situation was. And then, obviously, after winning the tournament here at Reynolds, he felt pretty good about his situation, right, Mock?
Yeah, I would have felt pretty good about it, too, after that.
Yeah, had a good chat with him right before, and now we're tied at 1.
1-1, minute and 45 seconds left to go here in the 3rd period, with an opportunity to go to the ACC finals. Not just that, but the implications for the team race here, specifically because it's Virginia Tech versus NC State.
Excellent point.
So that's part of what makes this match even more exciting than a typical regular ACC semifinals match. Whoever wins this match,
here we go,
is putting their team in a position to take the lead in the team race. Sam Latona with the takedown here.
Yeah, he turned defense into offense right there as the shot came from Oreen, and great defense.
Great defense, great counter, just like you said. Really good job by Sam Latona. So we got a replay. Shot attempt, but great job looking around corner, underhook to the far side pick.
Replay person.
And if you replay it one more time, if you get a chance, you'll notice that when he was looking for the finish, he started to elevate that bottom foot off the mat. And the reason why that's important is nice to a lock. Great job. A little overextended, but he got his lock. He's able to work. His elbows are tight to his body, looking to get the corner. If he can step over, drive, create pressure towards the far side leg. If he can elevate this, get his shoulder tight behind the hamstring, he can secure the finish here. But Latona's doing a good job using the edge. You notice he's trying to scoot him out of bounds. Nice, great job by Kai. He drops. Let's see what happens here. He can look for a cradle potentially, but he just got to keep weight on that foot so Latona can't roll through. Cradle, locked up, and he's on his hip.
There it is.
Takedown, and he can look for back points here if he can keep him in bounds. He's got to be smart about how he approaches this, though, because you don't want to get stuck on your back going for a suicide cradle.
This is massive here.
Big exchange, 10 seconds left.
Pops was going to throw the brick if they didn't get those points. Look at him. Yeah, Pops is into it, too. He was going to throw the brick if they didn't get it right there. You know it. It's 4-3.
Absolutely.
Now Latona's got 10 seconds. This is going to be exciting 10 seconds. Latona tries to get up, held down. Now he'll try to roll out of it.
Floating his hips. That's that cartwheel, those acrobatic type abilities that Kai has. Oh my gosh, was that time?
Wow.
Was that time? I believe it was. I think Kai's gonna come out on top of this, but you know they're gonna throw the brick.
Coach Roby's.
Wow, what a match. What a match.
Coach Roby's throwing the brick, challenging. What do you think? I mean, what did you see?
I love wrestling, man. That's what I think.
I love it too, man. I love working with you as well. Let's take a look at that final sequence, and then we'll try to figure out what Coach Roby is throwing the brick on. Tell me what you see here, Mike.
So right here, Kai's trying to float his hips. Latona's trying to roll through, but Kai cartwheels over. And what Latona does here is he's driving off that far foot and somehow manages to get his hips back over.
Oh, yeah, they went to 2 right there. Right?
Yeah, and honestly, that's a reversal. But the problem is, was it within the time?
The 10 seconds.
Was it within the 10 seconds? Did the clock run out before that was secured? Because they could be in the middle of the roll through, but if it's not within the 10 seconds, there's no score. Kyrene wins, and he goes to the finals. So we'll see.
All right, there you got the clock now. Break it down, Mark, because the clock's up there on the right.
8 seconds left. Cartwheel's over. 5, 4, 3.
Tell me when you think he's got it.
1. Time. Ooh.
Did he have it?
That's a
right
tough
as you were
call.
saying time was
Gotta be
going
slow
1 to
motion.
0.
I
Oh, my
wish we could
goodness.
see that a little slower. That's a tough call. I don't know what the refs are going to decide. To be honest, I'd hate to be the ref in this position.
133, there'll be 3 NCAA qualifiers, so the winner gets an automatic AQ.
They should put it up on the big screen. Let the fans decide.
The loser will have to go through the consolation bracket.
What a match.
And they're going to say it was too late.
For those of you who don't know, Kai has some Hawaiian roots. And if you ever watch rugby, you see these guys, they do the haka, and they stick their tongues out like that. I thought that was pretty cool.
There it is again.
My man is amped up. What a match. And he is on his way to the ACC Finals.
This is the winning takedown.
Great job. So Kai's doing a great job keeping pressure and weight on that left foot. Look at Pat Papalizio in the corner. It's funny to watch his reactions. 2 takedowns. So once you got a cradle locked up, if your opponent is on their hip, that's 2. And so when he locked that cradle, Latona was already on his hip trying to defend the original takedown. But then when he took that left hand, came over the top, and locked his hands, that automatically awards him the 2.
I figure Latona will get back in because remember there's 3, but what a great matchup tonight at 7 o'clock with Sean and Rock with Mickey and Kai. It is going to be rocking at the Reynolds.
Rocking. You can say that again.
Great work by Matt Curry and Josh Funk and our entire crew as we move to 141 now, and it'll be McNeil from North Carolina taking on Ryan Jack from NC State at 141.
Younger brother of my former teammate, Kevin Jack.
Well, he was big time for a long time. 4 NCAA qualifiers mock at 141, so a strong weight class in the ACC. It feels like it always is.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even when Kevin Jack left, you had Tariq Wilson. I think Andonian was Andonian on a 41-pounder or a 49-pounder? He's 49-pounder.
I think he spent a little time at 141, though. You may be right.
I'm not sure. I'll have to go back. I think I got that wrong, actually. But
McNeil beat Jared Papsey from Duke 6-3 to take on the number 2 seed Ryan Jack out of NC State. Wow, how about Kai one more time, though? What a great match.
What a match.
And a celebration that was out of this world. Ryan Jack with a 19-2 record.
Nice job putting 2 together by Ryan Jack. Great, even better defense by McNeil, who counters and secures the first takedown of the match here with a minute and 40 seconds left in the first period.
See, that's incredible. They just met on February 17th, and Jack smoked McNeil 7-5. Sorry, it pushed Jack's record to 19-2. I apologize. Beat McNeil 7-5. It was not a smoke at all. Jack's record is a smoke, though, 19-2.
Wow.
Pretty impressive.
Very impressive. This should be a good matchup. Both guys. And like I said, man, when the match means more, the intensity rises, and you can feel it. You can feel it in the arena. You can feel it watching these guys wrestle. Ryan's got to get off of his hip here and start looking to build his base. There we go. He's working to build his base now. He's got to isolate. He's got to try and seal off if he can. Get McNeil from clearing his tight waist. There he goes. Got out. Good job working to his feet. Turning and facing to get his one. 43 seconds left here in the first period. The score is 2-1. McNeil with 58 seconds of riding time. Let's see if we see some action here in the last 30 seconds of the first period.
2-1 the score. McNeil on top of Jack. It's going to take a while for everybody to come down off that Kai victory over Latona.
Absolutely.
Because NC State, Virginia Tech, and then those two, right?
The rivalry. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
McNeil 19-6 on the season. As I mentioned, it was tight, 7-5. They just met on February 17.
End of the first period, scores 2-1. McNeil goes down. This is going to give Ryan an opportunity to shave down some of that riding time, which I think he will be able to. Ryan's pretty effective and honestly wrestles on top, very similar to his older brother. Does a great job riding with the tight waist. Let's see what he decides to do here. McNeil's actually wrestling with a good sense of urgency on bottom, which is what you need in order to get your one. Ryan doing a good job dropping off to a double, working, getting him down to his hip. This is good. He'll be able to kill a lot of time here if he can keep him flat.
McNeil, redshirt freshman from Toronto. Jack, a sophomore from Danbury, Connecticut.
Wow, escape, but Ryan was able to shave down 28 seconds of riding time, so now it's only 30. But the score's now, yep, 2-point lead, 3-1. Now again, we're back to these moments that it looks like not a whole lot is going on, but really there's a lot of almost like chess here. Guys are playing the game. They're controlling a tie. They're feeling out, trying to anticipate what their opponent's going to do, right? So if, for example, I have an inside tie on my opponent, I have a limited number of options of what I can do with that specific tie. If I have a 2-on-1.
Two-box, Cole Matthews, the #1 seed, with a 4-2 lead over on Mat 2 with Sean and Rock. Dean and Mock. Hey, we got Rock and Mock.
But like I was saying, in these moments here where you see Ryan Jack, you see them creating pressure. You see McNeil slowly using that back leg to drive and almost creep forward. And what he's trying to do is he's trying to get Ryan Jack to pressure back into him, so that way he can look to create offense. But like in these little moments that I was describing before, it's like a chess match. There's a lot of nuance. So the first example I gave is when you have an inside tie, you have option A, B, and C that you can work to look for off of this inside tie. If I have a 2-on-1 like Mickey Philippi, I have options A, B, C that I can get to from this specific tie. And so each tie has their different options. And as a wrestler, when you're giving up that tie, for example, if I'm McNeil and I know Ryan Jack has an inside tie on me, I have to be savvy enough to know these are his options. What is he going to try to make an attempt for? And so now you're trying to anticipate. You're trying to stay 2 to 3 steps ahead of your opponent. And that's what's happening in those moments where it looks like nothing's going on, is they're trying to figure out what they're going to do next. What is their opponent currently doing? And what can I do to create offense by being 2-3 steps ahead.
I love it. And Jack's got to put all that into play right now as you take a look at the North Carolina corner. McNeil leading Jack, the 2 seed, 3-1. We're in the third period here now, Mike.
And he's building riding time. He's got to get out with 13 seconds left. Oh, no, this could be tough. He's got 8 seconds to get out before, and he gets out. That's huge. That's huge. Because now riding time's not a factor. And a takedown doesn't take them to overtime. A takedown gives him the lead. So he's got 1 minute and 30 seconds left.
And Mike, he looked at the clock right after he got that escape.
You have to. You got to know the situation. And that's great mat wrestling. That's great that's good wrestling IQ there. Gauging how much time I have left. What do I need to do? What type of urgency do I need to have?
So now Jack has to have a little bit of urgency. You got about 65 seconds left. He needs some offense. He's down 1. He's got to do something here, Mike.
Let's see what he decides to do. He's working, looking to clear that collar tie. McNeil is getting to an underhook, and the underhook, that's what he was trying to do just now. And the underhook's a great
single
tie to get to. Great job rolling the head to the outside. That's 2.
There it is.
And listen to the crowd.
They just saw Kai on mat 1, and now they're seeing Jack on mat 1. Jack trying to hang on here.
30 seconds left. So let's look at the situation. All right, boom, beautiful shot attempt here. Now what you see here is you see Ryan roll his head to the outside in that very small window of opportunity that he had as they were rolling across the mat, and that's what gave him the ability to get to the finish.
McNeil now with that urgency that Mock was talking about. Jack trying to hang on. He's got a 1-point lead.
This is about heart right here. This part of the match, there's not a whole lot of technique to this. There's some, but you just got to get tough. You got to want it. You got to get gritty, and you just have to find a way. There's 5 seconds left. Ryan's just trying to hold on, and he holds on for the lead.
Wow. Another great win for NC State at Reynolds Coliseum on the campus of NC State here in Raleigh. A whole lot of Wolfpack red, and Jack has punched his ticket. I expect McNeil to be one of the 4 as well. I think that's fair to say.
Absolutely. Especially with a match like that, he very well could have won that match as well. Look at that brother duo right there. Kevin Jack, Ryan Jack. I'm sure he's proud of his younger brother. Now we have, coming up, Jackson Arrington. One of the 2 true freshmen that we were talking about that are in the top of the bracket at 149.
Well, we went from having 0 NC State wrestlers over on mat 1 to just having all kinds of Wolfpack wrestlers, right? As we're in the semifinals here, and you mentioned Jackson Arrington. He got the bye.
Which is awesome, because I remember when I was a freshman. Okay, so they're looking for locked hands here to see if there was a locked hands call here at the end of the period. And if there was, and the refs do decide that there was a locked hands call, they're going to award UNC a point, which is going to send the match to overtime. But we'll see what they end up calling. Just from that small clip that I saw there, I don't know if I saw a locked hands call, but the refs could see something different. So we're just waiting for the official review here on mat 1. The final score as of right now, 4-3, Ryan Jack with 14 seconds of riding time from McNeil. What we think is going to be a win for Ryan Jack, but that is currently pending.
No.
And a win for Ryan Jack.
Yeah,
no lock
Ryan Jack
hands.
will take it. McNeil. Not the same celebration as Kai for Jack. He's all business right there. All right, well, you had already started talking about Jackson Arrington, and he's already out there ready to take on Jared Vercleren.
This should be a good matchup. We got someone who's got a ton of experience at the Division I wrestling level, and someone who is in his first year of college wrestling.
So Jared with a 6-2 win over Patrick Rowland. At 149, There are 3 AQs, and we're underway at 149, featuring Arrington from NC State and Jared from Virginia.
Good shot attempt there by Jackson. McLaren's doing a good job trying to secure this short offensive position. You notice he's trying to keep weight on Jackson's top half of his body. He's trying to keep him down, to keep his chest low, so he can't start to come up and bring his head up and look to recover. So he's trying as much as he can. He's trying to suck him back. If you notice, he's working backwards to keep all that weight down to eventually look to run corner, but still made it the position. Ref brought him back up to their feet.
Arrington had a major 10-2 win on February 3rd. The last loss for Arrington was against Caleb Henson from Virginia Tech. His record coming in now 19-6 for Arrington.
They're clearing here in a interesting position. If he limp arms that, he's tapping. Jackson had a really good tight wizard there, locked out the elbow, which obviously made McLaren uncomfortable enough to want to tap. Duck attempt there, so he's behind him. If he brings him down, gets his hand to touch the mat, he's going to secure.
There it is.
There's the takedown. Got a crossbody leg ride in. Got that left leg in. Hip it in, keeping weight and pressure forward, going across the body. Now he's trying to turn Jackson's fingers to get him flat, to get him off of his hands, to get him to his elbow, to get him to his hip, doing anything he possibly can to break him down. But Jackson's doing a good job keeping a strong, wide base. Working up to his feet.
There we go.
Good little explosive action there to create some space and
Arrington, the
want to let go.
Sidman, PA, gets his first point here, Mike, and then takes a shot.
Now he's underneath, so here you can back hook and turn, but Verclearen's got his left foot. So what Jackson needs to do is he needs to put weight on that left foot and put his butt towards Verclearen's face to get weight over that foot. It's gonna be tough. He's trying to put him in danger here, but it's gonna be hard to turn as long as Verclearen's got that toe, that foot. I don't know what part of the shoe he had, but he had his foot.
You mentioned the amount of wrestling for Verclearen. He is 67-33 after the win over Rowland. In his
former
career.
Penn State wrestler as well.
Okay.
Transferred from Penn State University, I believe. Nice little dresser jump attempt there. Now Jackson's really effective here from these underhook positions. He's really scored a bunch of points here from the underhook position. He likes to get to that single leg from there. So I like seeing him actively pursue that tie because I've seen him score often from there. And so he's going to need to generate offense. So it makes sense. So let's see what he does here on bottom. But I won't be surprised if once he gets this escape, and if he digs, goes right back to digging that underhook.
Keep an eye out for that. Second period. Arrington with an escape can tie it. One step at a time for Arrington. Leg
Slick
wrap.
breakdown there by McLaren. Again, riding cross body. Jackson's got to get his knee above the leg. As long as McLaren's got his leg and his calf above Jackson's knee, he's going to be able to keep that leg straight and keep a lot of pressure forward. Sucked him back. Good job rolling through by Jackson. He's got to get that leg out. Let's see how he decides to wrestle through this position. McLaren's racking up riding time. He's got 1 minute and 25 seconds of riding time and counting. Oh, okay, so he's got the leg out.
Needs to stay wide, right, Mock?
Yep, needs to stay wide, prevent himself from going back down to his knees.
There it is.
Nice, it's good work. Great job by Jackson. Great work by Jackson. Now, like I said, back to that underhook position. So let's see what he's going to look to create offense from here. Straight to that single leg that we've seen him do that countless amount of times. Now that's the interesting position. He's pulling his knee. He's pulling his foot outside of his knee, which is kind of dangerous. But if I'm Jackson, I want to put that right hip down, and I want to butt back. I think that's the right call by the referee. That's a very potentially dangerous situation. Jackson's got to get his weight over that foot next time, though, so his leg can't get rolled through. Back to the underhook again. Straight to that single leg attempt. I think we're going to see him work that. Nice.
Double leg.
Switched it up a little bit there. Stepping up, stepping up, stepping over.
There
nice.
It is. Almost. Good defense.
Let's see what he decides to do here. If he decides to kind of feint the single leg, go far side again, maybe with a double attempt or far side knee pick. Or
there's 3 seconds left, though.
End of the period.
In the Virginia corner, Steve Garland, 17th season over there with his assistant coach Travis and Trent Paulson. Remind you that Steve Garland was the 125-pound ACC champ back in 1997. A deeply religious man, Steve Garland. Very much a faith-based team, I would say.
100% agreed. I remember I actually took a unofficial visit there when I was in high school. I don't think I was good enough to go there.
I disagree, Natty. Mr. Natty with the banner hanging here at Reynolds. All right. So Arrington elects to give up the point, and then off of that, you saw the quick shot from Verclaren.
Nice. Elbow deep, elevate it, look for the cradle.
Oh,
nice.
He's got it.
Great job.
There it is. He gets the two. He's got the two. It's 4-3.
Jackson, I want to put my head in the side and try and get him over to his hip.
So you want his head lower, just like that, right?
Just like that. Yep.
Nice job, Mock.
Got to capitalize here. This is too good of a position to be in. But it looks like Verclaren's. Come on, work here. Be patient here. Don't force it. Take your time, but capitalize here.
Verclaren trying to break through.
Tough wrestling by Verclaren, because that is a very, very tough spot to wrestle from.
Wow, this is going to be another exciting final 64 seconds.
Look at that. Great job. Elevates the knee, takes his right hand, punches to a cradle. But Verclaren's got a lock of his own on Jackson's leg, and he's doing a good job. He posts that left hand out because Jackson wants to get him over to that far side hip. And so posting that hand out was really kind of helping him out, saving him a little bit from getting put to his back. And then he just got tough, man. He did a really good job wrestling through that cradle position and not giving up any back points. Impressive by Verclaren. Good fight.
Verclaren's got to be thinking, get up quick here, get it tied. Meanwhile, the riding time is under. So Arrington, Verclaren was well north of the minute riding time, and Arrington has got that down below 50 seconds.
He was, and that's huge for Arrington. That makes a big difference because now the score is no longer 4-4. Jackson now has the lead. And that's huge too, especially if Verclaren escapes. Now it's just tied. It doesn't give him the lead.
Over on mat 2, check this out. Henson with a 1-0 lead over Sherman. Sherman, somebody that you pointed out earlier, he has been bothered by injuries. You see that shoulder brace. Remember, 3 qualifiers at 149. Once again, outstanding work by our crew for a while there. Mr. Curry doing double.
Very nice mat return by Henson, who is a true freshman from the state of Georgia. Having quite the year this year.
Big time season. Yeah, he came in ready.
He did.
Roby was fired up about him.
Jackson, great job transitioning. He'll be able to kill time here. He's got the legs turked a little bit.
Trying to spin out. Here we go. The veteran.
Keeping that lock.
For clearing.
Seconds left.
Got to get his legs around.
Match.
Arrington trying to hold the lock for clearing. Looking at the call. If you saw a locked hand call.
We'll see what they decide. Definitely the stall call. When you drop down to the leg like that and you hold on, the ref is going to start a count. And that's what you saw the ref doing, where he's waving his hand out. 1, 2, 3. And once you get to the full count, it's a stall. It's a stall warning. And if you get hit with that twice, you give them a point. So here, you see the ref's left hand. 4, 5, right there. Boom. Now, you have to let go or transition to something else within that 5-second count. If not, you get hit with that warning. But if you're tactical, you can give up that warning call when there's 10 seconds left. Because if you don't have a warning prior to that, you're not giving up a point. And now you're in a situation like this, where you only got to ride a guy out for 1 second.
That's what he did.
And he gets sent to the ACC Finals as a true freshman.
Jackson Arrington. As it is a Wolfpack barrage over here on mat 1. And the energy of the crowd, you are feeling it.
Absolutely.
So Arrington will be seen in Tulsa, and he'll be seen tonight on the ACC Network, 7 o'clock, taking on Caleb Henson. 2 youngsters going at it.
That's going to be a good one.
All right, so now we push to 157, where they have 3 NCAA qualifiers. So once again, of course, you win the semifinal. Not only do you make it to tonight's action on ACC Network, but you also punch your ticket to Tulsa. And we will have Ed Scott, who pinned Logan Ferreira in 122 to get to this point to take on Bryce Andonian.
Now, I live with Ed Scott, right? And he's a roommate. The amount of emotion that he had towards their last match in the dual meet, where Andonian kind of had quite the lead on him, was pretty upsetting for him. And he has been fired up.
And there it is.
He has been fired up for this matchup. And I can't tell you how bad he's wanted this match.
Well, that fire led to the first 2 points. The escape from Andonian makes it 2-1. Great stuff, Mock. I think a lot of people know, is he a neat roommate or a messy roommate?
You can't do that. You can't do that.
You can sleep that question.
I'm gonna sleep that question.
All right, you got it.
But I will say this. He's actually become a lot more responsible. He's grown a tremendous
so
amount.
he's messy. He's got the lead, though, 2-1.
Hey, I will say he's actually quite clean. He's pretty clean now. I'm proud of him. He's done a great job. I love having him as a roommate. He's a great person. He's grown as a wrestler, as a young man, and he's just made a tremendous amount of growth across the board in all facets of life since he's been down here in Raleigh. And so, just a great guy.
Andonian.
Coming out firing. Tight to the leg. He's got to keep that shoulder tight. He can't let that shoulder slip to the outside. He's got to keep his head tight as well. That's going to make it a lot harder for Andonian to be able to work here, but we're going to stalemate that position. We're going to get back up to our feet here. Ed's just got to be very, very smart about the exchanges he gets into here, because Andonian, as we all know, likes to be dangerous. He's dangerous from a lot of different areas, and he's a very exciting wrestler to watch because of that. But
Andonian likes to throw people around, right?
Loves to throw people around. He does a great job shooting the low double, coming up to a body lock. He's really good in that over-under position. He's good from the double-under position. He loves to throw. Here he goes, double over position. Got to be smart here. It's exactly what we were talking about.
There's 2 for Andonian. Got Scott in a tough spot, really tough spot.
On the edge here, going out of bounds. And that's exactly what I was talking about. Ed has to be very tactical about the positions that he allows himself to get into here. You know Andonian's really, really good from these positions. He's very exciting. He's very dangerous. He's not afraid to take risks either. Ed doing a great job fighting off of his back. And Ed's the type of guy who loves the underhook position as well. Everybody knows he's got that headlock that he likes to hit from the underhook and come up to the collar tie and lock behind, but he's got to be smart about how he wrestles Andonian. He's got to be tactical here. He's got to be smart.
Andonian
What is
with
he
a major 24-10 back on January 20th, as you mentioned, being his roommate.
What's he counting? I'm confused.
The officials for the semifinals are Gary Wade out of New Jersey, Lance Kaneko out of Colorado Springs.
That was an odd time to throw out swipes. I understand maybe the very beginning of the exchange where he could have been throwing out swipes, but nonetheless, score 7-2. Ed Scott 2, Bryce Andonian 7, with 38 seconds of riding time for Andonian.
Scott 15-6 on the season, including a loss to that man right there, Andonian 24-10 back in January.
Could we see a reversal here, or could we see him giving up a set of backs? Looks like he gave him a 2 swipe, but you got to stick with that. There's a chance for him to get a reversal. He had the leg shelved. He was in a single leg position. I felt like if he just elevated the leg and looked for a regular single leg finish, he could have got a reversal there. But
the one for the escape.
I understand too, you know, you're down by a decent margin and you don't want to make any more mistakes.
Andonian enters the ACC championship as the #2 seed for the 4th time.
Far side knee pick attempt by Ed. What Ed can't do here is be nervous to get into these exchanges. He's got to continue to come. He's got to continue to be active offensively, but he's just got to pick and choose his spots.
Andonian is 5-0 against Scott with 3 wins in their college careers and 2 on the freestyle circuit. So that's probably another reason why your roommate was pretty fired up.
Yeah, we talked about that as well. He definitely remembers those. Came out hot, came out firing.
Yeah, led
on all cylinders.
Yeah.
But Andonian he's the type of wrestler that loves to take risks in these upper body positions, and sometimes it pays huge dividends for him. And honestly, a majority of the time it does.
I mean, to be fair, Andonian is one of the most exciting wrestlers in the country with his style.
Beautiful takedown there.
Big time. Scott says.
Score is now 9-5.
Yeah. Scott says, take that excitement, Dean.
See if he can shave down some of this riding time. Only 30 seconds left. Gives up a reversal.
Too easy, right?
I think the fact that, too, it's at the end of the second period is what's critical, why that's going to matter. Because short time. And another interesting exchange here. Let's see if he can get his 1. He's got to get his 1. It's tough. Tough. Score was 9-5. Now it's 11-5. You got 2 minutes left. That's time. That's plenty of time, especially with the way that these guys like to wrestle.
Look at the rankings here. O'Connor, Andonian, and Scott.
All guys projected the podium. Top 8 in the country.
It's All-American.
All-Americans. And like I said, I expect all 3 of these guys to end up on the podium this year. I'll be very surprised if one of them doesn't. And so it's exciting that fans are getting a potential 3rd day of NCAA's matchup right here in Reynolds Coliseum on mat 1.
Here we go, Scott with 2 more.
He's got to keep that. If he would have kept that far side foot elevated on his hip, if he could have just stepped up with that left foot, he kind of could have came into his hips, kind of looked him and held him. Now he's in a Turk position, and he's trying to keep it elevated now with that Turk, but it would have been much better.
Oh, there you go, a couple swipes.
Andonian still managed to get some swipes though. That's big. That's big. Good for Ed Scott. 12-7 though.
13-7 with the escape.
13-7. Riding time is not a factor here, so the score truly is 13-7. A minute left. I think we'll see some fireworks here in the last minute of this matchup.
Less than 60 seconds remaining.
Nice shot attempt. Boom, straight to an underhook. Collar tie. Looking for a low side, low pick. He's got a head in the knee, but let's see what happens here. Does he get his hips over? Does Andonian come up? Andonian comes up, secures the 2. Andonian did a really good job there. I think Ed took too long to transition to the finish there.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I thought Scott had enough left in the tank, but his look right there makes me feel otherwise, Mock.
It just took a little too long to transition to the finish there. He had his head in the knee, then Andonian came up over the top. I think he just, a lapse in action, a small pause, and that gave Andonian an opportunity to work, change the position, and ultimately that's why he ended up coming out with the 2 there.
Remember, though, as you just showed those 3 in the top 10, as Andonian posing just a little bit, that Scott can get down in the consolation round, win 3rd place, and punch his ticket.
Yep. See what happens here. Let's see what happens here. 2 takedowns, short time though. (15-9).
That was a good battle right there.
Great battle.
And Andonian and Scott. That was pretty compelling. They made eye contact there, and Andonian kind of tapped Scott like, well done.
Gave a head nod.
Right?
Good mutual respect there by both competitors. I saw that as well.
Yeah. We got the best seat in the house. Hope you're enjoying it as well. It's our coverage of the 2023 ACC Wrestling Championships. NC State putting on a show on Mat 1. We'll be back with more semifinal action after this on ACC Network Extra.
It is the semifinal round of the ACC Wrestling Championship. A good look inside Reynolds Coliseum. A good contingency of Wolfpack fans. Virginia Tech, one of 3 teams to share the regular season dual title. The 3rd team, Pitt. And right now, Pitt and NC State atop through the 1st round, both with 8. North Carolina 3rd, Virginia Tech, and Duke. Great to have you back with us. Sean Kinney alongside Rock Harrison. We will follow the 125-pound bracket first, and we will feature the 1 versus 4 matchup here on mat number 2. Jarrett Trombley, Colton Camacho, and Rock, as you move into the semifinal round, boy, the stakes just keep getting higher and higher.
This is what we talk about championship weekend. Semifinals, you win, you're in the finals. And if you lose, you have a tough way to come back to try and get 3rd. I'm ready. The nation is ready. And especially Reynolds Coliseum is ready to explode.
125, and the semifinals carry some extra clout in this weight because keep in mind the ACC only gets 2 automatic qualifiers at this weight. Jarrett Trombley emerging from the NC State corner. Here comes Colton Camacho, the redshirt junior for Pitt. And these 2 were involved in a wild matchup the first time they met during the dual season. Trombley came out on top 10-8. We'll see if it's high scoring again as we are underway.
And that match that Trombley had, he said it, and I believe that was his best match this year. He looked great against Colton Camacho. But Colton Camacho, he's dangerous. He will explode early. The question is, can he keep the intensity up for a whole 7 minutes?
Camacho was able to get to his offense earlier today, put up 12 in the win against Patrick McCormick, but it is Trombley who gets to the offense on this occasion and a 2-0 lead.
That was emphatic. Slid by the head, popped the hips, and came down for a nice takedown.
Real good year for Trombley, who has not lost an ACC action. 4-0. He did not wrestle the final weekend against UNC. 2-time NCAA qualifier, but both times it was at 133, and now here he is at 125. Camacho trying to hit a roll underneath. He's close to popping out the back door, trying to split the legs. Trombley stays latched on to the left ankle. Little cartwheel motion. Look at this ferocity up top by Trombley just to stay latched on, Rock.
This is what you want to see at 125 going through it. And this is here was, it looks like there was overs by Camacho, slid through, popped the hips, and came down for a nice takedown. Trombley said that he feels stronger at 125 than he did at 133. And with that first takedown, I tend to believe him.
This is Jarrett Trombley's third ACC championship appearance, but first at 125. He won a couple of ACC matches in 2020. He went 1-2 in 2021.
What you're seeing, you can see Coach Hall in the corner. It's something that NC State must have worked on. They go immediately to the thigh pry, and then once they go to the thigh pry, they go to grabbing an ankle or something. Good follow by Camacho. Trombley is trying to stay up. Good adjustments.
A couple of pretty good bursts of energy underneath by Camacho, and both times Trombley has certainly rang the bell and met the challenge. Continues to ride halfway through this first period.
You know what we said earlier in the last session was that having that first smash to get out of your system is generally good for the wrestlers. However, when you have someone like Trombley who's cutting a good amount of weight, he's had 4 hours since he's been on the scale. So he's had more time to recover as opposed to just 2 hours off the scale.
Trombley started this season 0-3. He told us in a conversation earlier this year he had hit really the lowest of lows. Team had a couple of weeks before the Keen as Camacho gets his point. He spent that time really dialing in on what he needs to do. New Orleans was a key run for him. Overcame a little blip on the radar in January, and now he enters these ACCs wrestling really well, very confident. 2-1 lead, first period, 40 seconds to go.
One of the things he's got to continue to do, Trombley that is keep the pressure on. And the reason for this is because Colton Camacho, once again, ooh, good follow, good moving. Good moving by Colton Camacho to follow there. We got a nice 25 semifinals here. There was just lots of motion and motion and motion. So here it is. There's a shot, spin, follow, keep going, hustle. Only control is established when the official says someone's in control. Not when we think they're in control. It's when the official says they're in control.
First time now for Camacho to ride. Let's see if he can finish on top in this first period. Approaching short time wrestling, 15 seconds to go. Goes down in the lower half just as the official started to count. Maneuvers his way back up the body. Can he ride out Trombley and go into the second period with a lead? Hand fighting by Trombley. Now Trombley turns. Still control established for Camacho, and he's going to contain him. And a good job there by Camacho when it was real close.
Too late to throw the brick. It's too late to throw the brick. You can't throw the brick now. Can't throw the brick now. Can't throw the brick now. That was a late brick. That was a late brick.
Coach Hall throwing the brick from the NC State corner, and they are going to go over to the monitor and take a review of this.
So here's the thing. The question is, it's an independent reviewer. You see the gentleman in the blue suit, Gary Kessel, he's the independent reviewer. Many times officials are doing the nationals. So the question is, was control lost, which is a judgment call. Now, in that position right there, the independent reviewer is looking. In that position right there, if we can see the replay, I thought that control was lost. I thought that in a position, from where I saw, it looked like Trombley's head was not underneath. If his head was underneath and still covered, then I would say yes. But in that position, I thought that control, so here it is. So there's going to be lots of scrambling, and then you're going to see Camacho in the black singlet there. So the head being outside there, I believe that's lost control. That's lost control. At that point, that'd be one neutral loss of control. because at that point, he was looking to finish the single. If his head was stuffed underneath, you would say no, he was not out of a dangerous position. At that point, with the single, head to the side right there, I believe that's a loss of control.
As they take a look at it, take us through the review process, as you talked about, with the independent review and completely different vantage points from what we're watching here.
Completely different. The reviewer, it's good to have an outside reviewer because they don't really care. It's not like it's my call and I want to make sure I'm good here. So what they're looking at, let me review at this point, and he's going to bring him over. So at this point, I see a cross out here. He stepped out. Now the head is there. Head is there. The question is, when did time happen? So the question is, when was control lost, or was it time still in? From where I saw it, I really thought if the head was covered and it was underneath, then yes. But he was to the outside, and then it came to there. So let's see what the call is. One loss of control. Getting ready for the Nationals.
So they will get the scores situated. This will also impact a little bit of the riding time as well, because they went into that period break with the assumption that Camacho had maintained the control. So they will readjust the riding time. They'll let the final couple of seconds go off the clock, and we're tied at 3.
Here's the thing I was surprised about. You get 3 challenges per team. I was surprised that the official let that brick throw, because it was long after they had already talked about decision, but it's the judgment of the official if they're going to let that brick be something to look at.
So after a lengthy delay, we go back to action.
And a quick reversal.
Oh, these two are going at it. Trombley with the reversal. They have not awarded it yet on the tower clock. So we're going to have another stoppage to get the points situated as you take a second look at it.
He easily could have just pushed him out, but let's make a statement. I'm not going to let you go easy. And that's what Trombley let Camacho know. You have to work to get out.
Minute 9 of riding time, and that will increase. Camacho's so good on those rolls, and we saw him pop 3 earlier on one of the exchanges, but not this time. Trombley makes the adjustment, drapes over the right side of the body.
Trombley is doing a really good job of riding. He's loose, but he's also tight. He's just accumulating riding time, looking pretty darn tough on top. He's got the leg in. At one point, it looked like Camacho was going to throw the leg out, but Trombley's doing a good job. And this is where NC State is pretty good. They like to do a high thigh ride, meaning right above the knee and lifting it up, and then go to an armbar series.
Working off the right arm of Camacho underneath. Well over 2 minutes of riding time, 38 seconds remaining, second period. Looks like Trombley has taken some of the starch from Camacho, mainly because of that leg being in there.
And this is where Camacho has historically worn down. And there's back points.
Real patient setup there by Trombley to eventually get to the path that he wanted, with the 4 coming his way.
This is pretty substantial here. So now it goes from we need to win to get to the finals. Hey, think about bonus points at this point. So at this point, he just kind of cross-face and starts to get the full allotment. 4 swipes, 4 points. So Camacho chooses bottom. Now here's a question. How much time does Trumbull try to get another turn?
Camacho nearly put himself in some trouble, but boy, he just continues to scramble here. Trombley loses control of his leg, and Camacho is away and automatically right back on the hunt. Colton Camacho with some work to do, trailing by 5.
Riding time is secured. It's 10-4. They want bonus points. When I say they, NC State wants bonus points. So they want to work hard for a takedown and a ride out. And certainly Pitt, being in the title race, they want to make sure, hey, I want to win. But if I can't win, I cannot allow Trombley to get bonus points, winning by at least 8 points or more.
Colton Camacho out of Franklin Regional High School. He was on the same team as Spencer Lee of Iowa. Into the double unders near the edge. Camacho trying to find an opportunity. Pummels down the head. He'll try to work. Not a lot of real estate. So what's Trombley do? Wisely and smartly, he just shoots in on the leg.
Yep. And that shot is to eat clock. At this point, he's just going to hold here. He's holding really with one arm at this point. At this point, Colton Camacho has to try and do something big. A takedown and near fall is not going to do it.
Colton Camacho had a tough go at the start just because of the guys he was wrestling with inside that pit room. Trying to find a trip opportunity. Stall call to Trombley. He's okay with that as the two wrestlers go out of bounds. But it was just tough for Camacho to find points when you're wrestling with Luke Pletcher and Cole Matthews, Mickey Philippi. So as a result, a big reason for some of his improvement this year, Gavin brought in some guys in the lightweights that Camacho could train with and get some confidence offensively.
At this point, he's just going to hang out here. When I say hang out, he's not going to try and do anything foolish. Trombley at 125, starting things for NC State in the semifinal round with a win, 10-5. NC State's first finalist in the 2023 ACC Championships. Trombley sucking down for 133 to 125 this year and getting himself into the finals.
133 is where we head next. Mickey Philippi, the top seed, for Pitt, taking on the 5 seed. Marlon Yarborough, he picked up a win earlier over Jace Palmer of UNC. Irene and Latona should be a good one, 2 versus 3 over on mat number 1. But Philippi has had quite the season, coming in 12-2, 4-1 in the ACCs. Had a nice win against Sam Latona in sudden victory, lost to Irene in sudden victory. 4-time NCAA qualifier in the 2020 All-American for the Panthers, ready to go.
Marlon Yarborough will explode quickly. He took down Mickey Philippi on a nice double when they wrestled. And Mickey Philippi is going to go to his typical 2-on-1 and try to slow this match down because he feels that on the mat he has the advantage over every 133-pounder in the country. This is exactly where Mickey Philippi wants to be. He wants to tie up the wrist and then work his offense from there. And Marlon Yarborough wants to get out of that, create some space, and explode. That little spot right there where he dragged him forward soon as Mickey stood up. Marlon Yarborough should have took a shot.
Yarborough, the Ohio native, won a state championship in the state of Ohio, 2021 state champion, 2-time Fargo All-American. Trying to get out of Philippi's Russian tie. Mickey Philippi loves to work a 2-on-1, has an arsenal of foot sweeps and trips once he gets that arm secured.
You're absolutely right. He loves this position. How do you attack this? You can crowd. You crowd the 2-on-1 with a Russian. And he just wears you down. He just wears you down. He'll try and get that little leg inside and then go to a Merkle. So once he gets that 2-on-1, he'll put that same side left leg in and then go over the top for a Merkle. Good duck under there. Look at, oh, good defense. Hey, I'll tell you what, he got the stall call. It was a nice duck under by Mr. Yarbrough. Duck under, get him behind. Good hits by Mickey Philippi.
Philippi is tough as they come to score on at this weight, 133.
He's going to wear Yarbrough down, going back to the same thing. 2-on-1. I'm going to lull you and lull you and lull you. And there he is. He's behind. We've seen this too many times. Years and years and years of this is what Mickey Philippi does.
What a career it has been for Philippi at Pitt. His final go-around, a 4-time ACC finalist. He has won a couple of ACC championships, but as he told us, and he reminded us, those titles came earlier in his career, 19 and 20. Last couple of years, he has been the runner-up, both times losing to Corbin Myers, and Philippi has just been that veteran presence in Keith Gavin's room, even with these back-to-back incredible recruiting classes, guys like Philippi and Matthews and Bonacorsi, who we will see later. I mean, you just have a wonderful trio of leaders and veteran experience that have seen every situation that the sport can throw at you.
Has seen it and are not rattled by it. So you may have seen a situation, but you see it enough, you kind of expect it. And this is where decision time is. Mickey Philippi feels very comfortable on the mat, so if he has to go underneath, you feel like he's going to get out. If he's on top, so Mickey Philippi takes bottom.
Philippi started his career at Virginia with Steve Garland. Keith Gavin was an assistant with Garland at the time, and also Jordan Lee. He had one good year in Charlottesville, redshirted, won 25 matches that year, and then he was homesick. He comes from a big family. He wanted to be back in the Pennsylvania area, so he followed Gavin to Pitt, following Gavin's hiring in the spring of 2017. He had to sit out a year due to the intra-conference transfer rule, which was in place at the time. So here's a guy who started 2 straight years wrestling unattached.
And still wrestling. And there's a joke that there's a good shot there by Yarbrough. But once again, Mickey Philippi's been in this position before. He knows his body. But Yarbrough's still going. And this is not where Yarbrough wants to be, in the wrist control fight with Mickey Philippi. So Mickey Philippi is either going to try and lead that head to the mat or put that left leg in to look for a Merkle. But he'll just wear you down with that. Pushing and prodding and pushing and prodding. Yeah. And at that time, he tried to slide it to the mat, and good job by Yarbrough. As the hand went to the mat, he went to a double. Little film study there.
Halfway through period 2, Philippi with a 3-0 advantage at 133. Orini and Latona over on mat number 1, Virginia Tech and NC State. 3 teams coming in, the favorites on paper, the Wolfpack, the Hokies, and the Panthers. Anytime you have an opportunity to go head-on-head like mat 1 is watching, it's critical. Here, Pitt trying to hold serve with the top seed at this weight, Philippi. And a stalemate call, but 22 seconds to go.
So the thing is, it's interesting with Mickey Philippi is that he gets on his hands, and then as any wrestler, you're supposed to match the level of your opponent. But when you match his level, that's when Mickey Philippi grabs your wrist. Just like that. This is where Mickey Philippi is. Very tough. So it's a tough situation to be in. You lower your level, you want to lower your level with your opponent. That means your hands are down, and then Mickey Philippi grabs and gets that grippy type of wrestling match.
Start on the feet here in the 3rd period. Stall on Philippi as Yarbrough right off the whistle came in.
He's going. And this is where you want to be with Mickey Philippi. Keep him off, keep him on his heels.
Yarbrough earned that stall call. He tagged Philippi earlier in the match, so Yarbrough gets the point. Now he's a takedown away from tying this up. 3-1. Philippi submarines his way in.
And this is where you give the advantage to Philippi. Out of bounds. Now, at this point, the young underclassmen starts to get a little bit confident. It's 3-1. Riding time is not in anyone's favor here. And so now he wants to clear his wrist. He does not want to keep his wrist, and that's a good shot there. Good shot there. And there's a takedown by Mickey Philippi. So this is what happened. Fantastic. This is the maturation of Mickey Philippi. As I said before, when he goes down, other guys go down and he gets to the grips and hands. But if you do not respect by going down with them, he takes a shot. So what do? I haven't figured it out.
A lot of wrestlers have not been able to figure it out. The Philippi recipe for success and a 5-1 lead. Gets his legs in. A cross-face action up top. Trying to work Yarbrough over as we go 2-box. Let's take a look at what Latona and Arini are all tangled up with. A 3-2 lead for Latona. Inside a minute to go. Riding time is not a factor. Latona with the 1-point lead.
He's got to try to get that leg and bring Latona back to the center. Nothing yet. There's no takedown there. No control. Sam Latona still has that leg. That's absolutely no control. He's got to crunch and maybe look for a cradle. He's looking for the cradle. There's a quick. That's a takedown. That's a takedown. That's a takedown. Kyle Reed has got to hold on for dear life now. Soon as he went for that cradle, that's what loosened it up.
Keeping his left toe in until finally Latona drags him out. Papalizio fired up. This crowd fired up. 10 seconds for Latona to try to hit the escape.
10 seconds, and Latona is going to do it. At this point, I don't know what the stalling is, but if I am Kairini, I'm dropping down. Dropping down. He's got to drop down. He's got to drop down. Look at this. He's going to... No, there's back points. Nothing. Hold up. We got... Hold on. What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? That's it. That's it. That's it. There's a brick coming. 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 They're talking. Look at the referee's talking. Look at him talking. And there's a brick. Of course. Of course. The brick is going to be for loss of control. The question is, was there loss of control? Mickey Philippi did exactly what he's supposed to do. Loss of control. So, interestingly, Kyle Reed went around the hips. I'm thinking he's just going to drop to a leg and just hold on for dear life. I don't know how many stall calls he had, but here's what happened. He goes to the hips, and what happens, there's a roll action. Look at the time. We can't tell the time. So, at this point, still in control. Still in control. Still in control. Still in control. I don't know where the time ran out. I don't know what the time.
All about the clock.
It is
on that.
Yeah. And that's where we can't see what the time was. So the independent reviewer is going to look at two things. When was control lost? And number two, when did time expire? That's what we can't tell. We can only see that there was no control for a while, and then there was a lost control, but was it there? And now a brick is thrown. It's awesome. A brick is thrown by NC State saying that you missed back points. So even if I got the escape, I'm going to look to see if there were back points. So two things are happening. Two bricks. You don't see this too often. One brick by Virginia Tech saying there was a loss of control. Don't know what the time is, and we just can't judge it. The other brick was for NC State saying, you, head official Patrick Frank, you missed the back points. So the first question that the head official or the reviewer had to say, when was control lost? The second question he has to answer was, were back points missed? If back points were missed, Kyle Reed wins. If there were no back points and there was a loss of control, we're going to overtime, and I love overtime.
So there is a lot to digest, and we will not even have to hear the official. The crowd has told us which way they have went.
Big win by NC State there. Big win by NC State.
Papolizio wanting to know if Arini still gets his 2 back points. That's what he's going over to talk to the official about.
Interesting, it doesn't make a difference.
It doesn't, but the Papolizio it does. That's exactly what he was saying.
So here it is. This is where the leg was in. The question was saying, we said it, Sean, he's got to go to a cradle here. And what did he go from underneath to slap it on there? That's the cradle. That's takedown right there. Soon as he slapped the cradle on there, that was control. ACC semifinals.
Let's go to 141. Virginia Tech just picked up a huge win. Virginia Tech just took one on the wrong side. They'll try to bounce back here with Tom Crook, the youngster, the freshman, taking on Pitt's Cole Matthews. The Panthers looking for 2 in a row. Philippi at 33, and now Matthews trying to take care of business at 141.
So the question that you have to figure out with Cole Matthews, good job there by Crook to get in. He's in quickly. And he's going to try, and this is where Cole Matthews will kick and get some height. He will use the left foot to push away to free his right foot. You see him pushing, and now he's going to get some height. And there it is. He's getting height. He's going to try and crumple it up. And it looks like control has been established. Once again, control is felt. Oh, good position here. Oh, look at this. Only one swipe. This is now Cole Matthews' match. When I say it's his match, he's ahead. That means that his opponent has to come at him, and this is where he's very tough in counter offense.
Matthews, the 3-time NCAA qualifier, 3 consecutive years. He was an All-American last year, placed 5th in Detroit. At one time this year, he was ranked #1 in the land. Had a surprising loss to Jordan Titus back in early January. He has been perfect since. 7 straight wins, 5-0 in the ACC, and he has always found the ability to win the tight match. And as Rock talked about, when you fall behind Matthews, it's almost like a 2-0 deficit is 6 or 7-0 because he's just so tough to score on. And it's like he's setting a trap for you. He's so good with his counter production. And when a wrestler has to take chances and come after him, you are just falling right into his trap.
I like that call, stall call against Matthews. When you drive the wrestler out and not trying to drop down to a leg or try to bring him to the mat, I like the call. I like the call by a head official.
And we talked about at the beginning of the broadcast, 10 returning ACC champions in the field. One of them is Matthews. Could we have a rematch later tonight for the title at 41? Matthews was able to beat Ryan Jack. Those two, the top 2 seeds in a weight that will send 4, one of the deeper weight classes in the ACC.
I like the fact that Tom Crook is attacking. He's attacking, and he's not just waiting. And in the match that he had before with Cole Matthews, he didn't attack as much because he knows how good Cole Matthews is at counterattack. But the shot that he had earlier in this period was actually a very good shot. It was just good defense. Look, this is why. This is why you don't attack, for that reason. He's just so quick. He's so quick. So that's why we were talking earlier, fans. Why when you wrestle Cole Matthews, if you get behind and you have to attack, that's when you put yourself in positions where his counter offense really shines.
A 4-1 lead. Matthews in control first period. And it will be a 4-1 lead right now for Cole Matthews over Virginia Tech's Tom Crook. Good look at Jared Frere. Congratulations to Coach Frere. I saw recently he was inducted into the Florida Wrestling Hall of Fame along with some good ones. Dwight Gardner, Rohan Gardner, Frank Gomez, Glenn Goodman, Eric Grajales. Good list of names going into the Sunshine State Hall of Fame.
I think there should be a national worldwide rule that if you're an Olympian, you should not have to wait 20 years to be inducted. As soon as you're an Olympian, the next year, you're a Hall of Famer.
You're in.
For every sport. You didn't tell me an Olympian has been, what, 16 years? And he's just getting in? What?
Crook into a stand-up, and a stumbling Tom Crook is away, and it's 4-2. Second period.
And over 2 minutes of riding time for Matthews. Plays right into Matthews' wheelhouse.
Tom Crook wrestled in Florida, Tampa, Cheswick. Big reason he is in Blacksburg was the recruiting efforts of Coach Frere, who has strong ties, obviously, to his Florida roots. Undefeated at Tampa Jesuit, 4-time Florida State champ. He was the first wrestler in school history, in fact, to win 4 state titles and finish his career unbeaten. Jumped right into the fire for Virginia Tech and has produced this year.
One of the things that Tom Crook has learned from himself is that he can compete. Oftentimes when you go to states that aren't really known, or you don't go to many national tournaments, you start to believe that, well, I'm from this state and the guys from Pennsylvania or New Jersey or wherever it might be, they're just better. But Tom Crook can wrestle, and his confidence has gotten stronger as he's continued to improve.
And that's something he brought up. He said both Frere and Roby saw more in him than he saw in himself early on this year, and that confidence from his coaches was so pivotal for him taking the next step and really learning on the fly his freshman year. (4-2) Matthews with over 2 minutes of riding time and a 2-point lead, and he will choose down to start the third period.
He'll choose down, and there's decisions need to be made.
Bonus coverage as we bring you our 2-box view, and Lachlan McNeil, the redshirt freshman, North Carolina, with a 3-1 lead over Ryan Jack of NC State, just starting the third period.
And he's got 42 seconds of riding time, so at this point, it's continuing. Good job by McNeil. Because I thought there was an escape, but McNeil is doing just enough and avoids the riding time. And we see that Matthews gets an escape. 1 minute 51 seconds of riding time, and Tom Crook has to come at him. Just like Ryan Jack has to go at Lachlan McNeil. Everybody's got to shoot now.
McNeil up a point on the left, UNC. Jack, last year's ACC runner-up, one of the team captains for the Wolfpack, down a point. Matthews with a 3-point lead in riding time on mat number 2.
Virginia Tech is cheering for obviously Tom Crook, but they want Lachlan McNeil to beat Ryan Jack because they had lost with Sam Latona at 133. Good shot by Crook. Crook his hips. Look at the defense here by Lachlan McNeil. Nothing yet. Takedown by Ryan Jack.
McNeil right back up to his feet. Jack trying to find a way to bring him back down, and continuation of action goes out of bounds.
They shoot, and then he went to, you see, immediately he goes to the double. Because when you wrestle Lachlan McNeil, he's going to sit the corner. But when you get those arms out, it's a lot harder.
Matthews has riding time locked, so in essence, Crook down 3. Inside 20 seconds to go as you watch Matt 2 on the right.
Oh, my goodness. Is McNeil, can he get out? Jack is going to try and hold him down. Short time. McNeil still nothing, looking for locked hands. He's holding, he's holding, he's holding. Nothing yet. He's still holding.
And NC State has found a way to win the tight matches in back-to-back weights, both times coming from behind. Cole Matthews holds serve for Pitt. So the dynamic duo of Philippi and Matthews getting the job done for the Panthers in the semifinals.
Typical Cole Matthews match. Once he gets the first takedown, he's extremely tough to beat. Challenge with Matt wanted for locking hands. And from what I could see, I couldn't see a locking hands because of the camera angle. So there was a point where Lachlan McNeil was looking for a little switch action, and perhaps there was a locking hands. Now, when you're on the mat, locking hands, there is no reaction time. When you're taking someone from their feet to the mat, there is reaction time. The question is, if the hands just touch even for a hot second, that's locked hands. So, why this isn't it. It was a little before this, but there was a portion where there was like a switch action, and it looked, and from my perspective, it looked like, hey, that might have been locking hands, but that's why you have two officials. When you have two officials, they want to be at 180 degrees, so they can always look at each other. So one person can see one side of the match, and the other can see the other side. That's why good officiating is always 180 degrees, so you can see both sides. The second official didn't see it, so I'm going to say that it probably was not there, but again, we're speculating.
So tense moments as we await the verdict on the official review for NC State, and it looks like no lock hands. Jack is going to win, and he will punch his way into the finals, and we have a rematch at 141 later tonight. We go to 149 in a good one. Here on mat number 2 is Zach Sherman. Says he's feeling as good as he has all year. We'll see how healthy he is as he takes on the freshman sensation, Caleb Hinson of Virginia Tech. Hinson, the 1 seed, Sherman, the 5 seed. It's McLaren and Arrington over on mat 1.
And these two have not wrestled. Sherman was injured at the time, and it's going to be a physical bout anytime you wrestle the true freshman Caleb Hinson.
Wealth of experience when you look at Zach Sherman, and he's been a good one for the Tar Heels. 4-time NCAA qualifier. He was an All-American in 2021, placed 7th. Last year at Nationals, he went 2-2. One of his losses was to Yanni Diakomahalis. Fell to the national champ 9-2. So Sherman, just a wealth of experience, and it's all about his health this year. To slow him down in a couple of junctures. Says he has found his rhythm, though, in the practice room. Very confident heading into these ACCs.
One of the surprising things he said, I said, when we were talking with him, Sean, I said, what was the quickest thing to come back, and what's taking some time to come back after the layoff? And he said his conditioning was the easiest thing to get back.
Sherman has been limited to just 7 matches this year. He re-injured his shoulder in late January in a loss to McLaren. And it was really an off-season of surgeries. He had his first surgery in April to repair his hip. And then in June, exactly 8 weeks later, he had shoulder repair to fix his torn labrum, which you see the big brace on his left shoulder right now. So a hip, a shoulder.
Hard club.
Trying to figure out a way to slow down Caleb Hinson, and not many have this year. How impressive is this freshman run?
Extremely impressive. He just comes at you. And he said he wakes up feeling dangerous every morning. And this is what they're sure doing. You try to just lulling him, and you try to test the patience of a freshman who likes to score a lot. Testing the patience. He's been here before. You said it before. He's an All-American. He's had plenty of time. He's wrestled against one of the world's best, and Yanni Diakomahalis. He understands this game.
See the hand defense by Sherman, not allowing Hinson to get his hands in where he wants to. Couple of clubs from Caleb Henson in this first period. Go behind action there. Quickness from Sherman. Henson high steps his way out of harm.
So you wonder, does Caleb Henson say, oh, okay, I have to be very careful on how often I shoot. And I tell you what, Virginia Tech wants a stall call, but Sherman's done a good job of holding center. He's not playing the edge. He's presenting himself. And the coaching staff of Virginia Tech said, all right, they're fine. You just got to continue to encourage. Continue to encourage your freshmen.
Henson's choice, and he wants to start down here in this second period. Sherman will go to work. Scoreless 3 minutes of wrestling. Tight waist for a moment by Sherman, but not for long. Henson is away, and it's 1-0 Virginia. The freshman, the talented freshman from Cartersville, Georgia. Woodland High School for Caleb Henson.
And Henson has to, his motor is to go and attack, but you can see that Sherman is just going to be right there and patient. He's not necessarily going to just do anything to expose himself. And after that first shot, you have to wonder. And at this point, Coach Roby is starting to chirp at the official, letting him know, hey, my guy is the aggressor. He's shooting more. And I have to agree, he is shooting more.
Sherman told us he had the 2 surgeries this offseason exactly 8 weeks apart. So it would give him a full year of preparation, not just for the NCAAs, but his international aspirations. He wants to represent Israel in the 2024 Paris Games. So he thought with the 2 surgeries, and he used the minimum amount of time in between surgeries to have them both repaired, that he would have a full training cycle to not only come in late to the NCAA season at full throttle, but also a full year of training to represent Israel in the Olympics. He has slowed the pace down successfully thus far. Virginia Tech corner really getting antsy. Sherman, kind of a half-hearted shot. Hand greeting from Henson and a 1-0 lead, and Sherman with a chance to go underneath. Coach Roby recently given an extension on his contract, and well-deserved and rightfully so. The job he has done in Blacksburg, and regular season title again for Virginia Tech this year.
And Henson's going to try and ride him. He's going to try and ride Sherman.
What do you expect from Sherman? First move off the whistle here.
I think he's going to clam, kind of get his elbows in and try and work his way up. Sherman underneath. Caleb Henson has the ability to ride.
Tries to get up to a stand-up. Henson near the edge. And out of bounds they go.
You see a little thing that Henson did right there? Really smart move. Instead of just pushing him, he kind of stepped to the side and then pushed him. When you step to the side, it looks like you're trying to lift him. Maybe you're not. But instead of just pushing him out, he stepped to the side and then pushed him out.
Explosive stand-up. Good timing by Sherman underneath. It becomes a hand fight now, but the strength of Henson. Solid mat return.
That's a mean tight waist there.
Yes, it is, and they go out of bounds. Just 19 seconds evaporating off this third period clock. Sherman trying to figure out a way to get out from underneath and get the equalizer on the board for UNC.
Sherman again, back to his feet. It's a really tough ride here. He's not letting it go.
Caleb Hinson, 5-0 in the ACCs this year, only 3 losses on the season. His last loss back in early January to Yanni Diakonohalis, 6-2. So he too, like Sherman, has wrestled the best. Really efficient ride right now by Hinson. Sherman is making him work, and he just cannot figure out the code that is Caleb Hinson as we go out of bounds one more time.
On both matches, we have freshmen against very veteran seniors. And the freshmen are doing a good job of being patient and wrestling smart.
19 seconds becomes critical for Sherman. He does not want Hinson to get up over a minute of riding time.
And here's the point. It's attempts. It's attempts to get out. It's not 5 seconds. It's your attempts. And at this point, Hinson is attempting. He drops down. He's got the riding time in his favor now.
Caleb Hinson has showed us a lot of things throughout the course of the year, but this ride that we're watching in this third period is impressive. Sherman is really busting his tail underneath, and he has matched him every single time. Another stand-up by Sherman, another return by Hinson. 40 seconds to go. And Hinson will just keep tacking on, inch by inch, more and more riding time.
and UNC is upset. They said, look, he's just stalling. He's just stalling. He's just stalling. He's just stalling. I mean, Hinson is working. I mean, what are you supposed to do when Sherman's sitting out? He's trying to bring him back to the mat. It's just a tough ride. You know how mentally tough you have to be to say, I'm going to just ride this guy out. I can easily lift him up, and just extremely impressive. I mean, this is extremely impressive by the freshman.
You aren't kidding.
Ten seconds.
And again, an escape won't be enough for Sherman just because of the ride that Hinson has put on in this third and final period. Caleb Hinson in his first ACC championship appearance is going to move into the finals thanks to a 2-minute ride in this third period. A freshman with the ride out on a 4-time NCAA qualifier and All-American. The impressive season continues.
I mean, that third period, that is how you get on the podium at NCAAs. Seeing that 1-0, I can just, hey, let me just let him up and just beat him on his feet. Say, no, I'm going to beat you on the mat. I'm going to beat you in positions where a true freshman is not supposed to have the advantage. Impressive. I mean, this true freshman here, he's doing something really big here in Blacksburg. And you hear the roar of the crowd. Jackson Arrington. Jackson Arrington wins a 4-3 match against Jared McClearing.
157 is where we go next. The 2021 national champion Austin O'Connor won the title a couple of years ago at 49. Now here he is at 157, taking on Jake Keating, the 5 seed of Virginia. That's an experienced wrestler as a 5 seed for the Cavaliers.
I tell you what, that is true to be an experience like this. You're going to see Austin O'Connor. Look at the odds of that man right there. He is zoned and locked in. NC State 4-0 in the semifinals.
They are finding a way to win the close matches in this semifinal round. And we are off at 157. O'Connor in the Carolina singlet, the powder blue. Boy, they both crack heads simultaneously, both shooting. It's Keating who comes in with the offensive opportunity. Keating finished near the edge.
Are you serious? That was almost the first takedown by Austin O'Connor, and he just willed himself with one arm to get out of it. Man, this dude is good.
He is a man possessed this year, watching Austin O'Connor in a 2-0 lead. We'll provide you with some bonus coverage as well. A huge matchup, major team implications on the line with NC State and Virginia Tech. Scott with a 2-1 lead over Endonian.
And you cannot explain or neither express how important this match is to Virginia Tech.
Let's go back to the defense, Rock, from O'Connor early on the shot by Keating.
God, looks like at this point, when he's coming around, when he goes around for like the double, I thought at this point he was over, but one arm, look at that left arm. I'm not giving it up. One arm, and then he turns around, and then he gets the takedown later.
What's the over-under for points scored on Scott and Endonian today?
272.
2-1 lead for Scott on the left. We'll keep an eye on that. Keating into a stand-up, out of bounds with more than 2 minutes to go, first period. Austin O'Connor, a 2-0 lead for the Tar Heels.
It's what's called a head lever. When Austin O'Connor puts his head in his opponent's bicep, tricep, he rounds it down, and either he'll look to get his head underneath for a half or look for an arm bar. It's just a very, he went underneath, he went underneath, he went underneath. That's, oh my goodness, this is like junior high. Oh my gosh. He literally snuck his head underneath on a head lever. Austin O'Connor is telling people, I am going to win a national championship. Get out of here. Head lever, snuck the head under half Nelson. This guy is for real. Good grief.
13.
Uh-oh. Austin O'Connor. He just won it. Now look at Endonian with the headlock. Endonian with the headlock.
By the way, real quickly with O'Connor, that's his 13th bonus point win in 17 matches.
He went head lever, head to the side, snuck his hand underneath to a half Nelson. Man, he's good. He just readjusted against a national qualifier who was 2-2 last year. Steps over in only 1 second in college.
O'Connor will now anxiously await to see who will try to derail him. Endonian and Scott. The scramble continues.
And this is just the first period.
Endonian trying not to get too high here, where Scott can kind of come out back door between the legs. Looks like Endonian is repositioned a little bit more better position here to ride him out, and we will go to the second period. 7 up on the board early for Bryce Endonian.
So 7-2 Endonian, back points, and he's got 38 seconds of riding time, but it's just a matter of time of fireworks with these two guys. Man, I love it. Oh, he caught the leg coming in. Good job. Looks like back points. He's getting back points. Look, what is that? I don't know what move that's called. He just knew his body control and caught Ed Scott on his back. There's nothing where we're taught like, hey, this is what you do. You just kind of feel and got the 2 swipes. Now he's up 9-3.
First season at 157 for Endonian. He's bumping up this year. 149 was a tough weight, just hitting that weight. It's been a refreshing year for Endonian, even though he hasn't been the healthiest. He's missed quite a bit of time for the 2nd straight year, but no worries when we talk with him on Thursday. This guy is as confident as they come.
He is extremely confident. And when we say confident, we're not minimizing and saying he's cocky. No, he's just confident. He's like, look, you know, people know what I'm going to do, and I'm going to continue to do what I do.
Andonian, the 3-time NCAA qualifier, coming off an All-American run last year in Detroit. Keep in mind, this is a guy that wrestled for the first time this year at the Purple Raider Open on January 15th. His first matches of the year. Suffered a foot injury at the start of the year in a intra-squad wrestle-off, but has not missed a beat. His only blemish was to Austin O'Connor, who you see in the corner.
I was looking at Andonian, and sometimes he gets a little fatigued and a little sloppy here. But at this point, watch a little roll. Good job by Ed Scott to stay on the ankle. Because if you... Oh, look, I mean... What a field. What a field. Oh, man. These guys are going at it. This is what college wrestling should be. Just rolling back. Oh, wait, wait. Oh, it's looking close. He's got to let go. That's the stall call. Nope, end of period. But that side headlock right there, if you get a 5 count there, that'd be a stall call. 11-5, and you feel like Ed Scott is so close.
So we've watched Scott a lot. 6-point deficit, nothing for Ed Scott because he has the big move in his arsenal. What should we look for here from him?
He just said, I'm going to my feet. He didn't want to wrestle about him. So he's going to go underhook, try to lock behind the head and throw a headlock either to the left side or the right side. When you have that, depending on what your opponent does, will dictate. Oh my goodness! That's the foolishness right there. At that point, Bryce Andonian was still trying to throw from his butt. It's good position right here by Ed Scott. He's got a Turk a little lower, but he's getting it. Oh, he's stepping over. This is crazy. This is crazy. One escape, no back points. Give me these guys every day, 7 days a week.
Straight on double by Scott. Smothered effectively by Andonian, who's put up 13.
This is where Andonian has to try to go back to standard defense, standard baseline defense, because if he doesn't, Ed Scott is going to try and do some throws here. So this is where, get a little tired here. He's got to go to basic defense. He's got to watch himself and look at, he's going to get height. You can't teach this. You just can't teach this. You don't.
So, Rock, going back to your point, can you tell a home run hitter not to swing for the fence? I mean, can you communicate that message to a guy like Andonian?
No, not when you have a major decision at this point. What am I talking about? It's a major decision at this point. And if he rides him out for this whole period, it's going to be close to riding time. Very close. Nope, he's not going to get it. Riding time has 43 seconds. There's 16 seconds left. He'll be a second short of riding time. So that means he's got to keep Ed Scott down to not just get a win for Virginia Tech, but to get bonus point win. And this is where Andonian has to be very careful here. Good job by Andonian just to bail out. There's no need. But he got the win. Moving on. Virginia Tech gets their first semifinals.
Bryce Andonian, winner by decision. 15-9 over Ed Scott.
Wow. Wow. So calm.
Fans still buzzing after what they just saw from Andonian and Scott. Plenty of offense in this semifinal round. Trombley and NC State, man, have they enjoyed a solid start to the semis. Arini and Trombley providing the 1-2 punch at the lightweights. The champion from North Carolina delivering another bonus point win, while for Andonian, another day in the office, double.
NC State in their home arena, Reynolds Coliseum. I've called it a wrestling mecca, and I meant it. They have a big lead over Pitt and Virginia Tech, who shared the regular season title. NC State, Mike, getting a ton of their points right here in the semifinal action on mat 1, and they're looking for more. As you see, Maddie Singleton getting ready to take on Justin McCoy from Virginia. At 165, there are 3 qualifiers. My name is Dean Linke. Great to be with Mike Machiavello, who won the national championship in 2018 at 197. Coached by that man right there, Pat Papalizio. We call him Pops. We call you Mock. And I'll tell you one thing we're calling is a lot of wins for NC State here on mat 1.
You love to see it, man. Especially here in Reynolds Coliseum. You never want to host the ACC tournament and lose the ACC tournament. And so I think these guys are doing a great job of doing themselves justice, just kind of showing up the way they have so far today. And here we got Maddie Singleton, who's a true freshman for NC State, also from the state of Georgia. Great single leg attempt there right off the whistle. Love seeing offense here. McCoy, nice little elbow pass off of the collar tie with a little fake attempt to follow. Nice, short offensive position. We'll see McCoy probably bounce and try and run corner. Oh, wow. Nice, tried to hip and throw him over. Singleton with an underhook of his own trying to hip in. Now on the edge. Nice, good single leg to a throw by attempt. I'd love to see these guys work back to the middle, keep all the action in the center of their mat.
Singleton, a freshman from Moreland, Georgia.
Good snap, good pressure in.
Singleton got here, Mock, with an 8-2 decision over Gabe Dennett from Duke.
These guys are doing it. Came out a little hot. Nice. Same exact setup as before. McCoy with a roll through and potentially could finish this. Singleton's got to come up, turn in and face. There you go. I tried to put my head on the inside. I tried to put his head on the inside if I was Maddie, but good thing they're on the edge here. Fight the hands, fight the hands, fight the hands. McCoy doing a great job sucking him and pulling him in, but he's got to be careful there. He doesn't want to get his foot picked. Something Tariq Wilson actually used to do a great job with. But great job finishing there by McCoy, securing the takedown on the edge and capitalizing on his opportunities. It's very good wrestling by McCoy there on the edge.
2-0 lead for McCoy.
Will Conlon, one of the best trainers in the game over there, sitting behind Pat Papalizio. Adam Hall and Pat in the corner. Paulson brothers in the corner for McCoy. Dropping down a leg. This is where you'll see that same count, that same scenario that we saw in the Jackson-Arrington match where he dropped down to a leg and the ref started his 5-second count. But the difference here is you saw McCoy transition to something else before the 5 count finished. So that way there's no stall call and no warning.
Good look at McCoy with a 2-0 lead. Maddie Singleton down, the freshman from Moreland, Georgia.
Looks like he's about to drop down again. He's dropped down with his leg. Kind of has it scooped. "47 seconds of riding time here and counting. Maddie's got 9 seconds to get out before he gives a riding time point.
McCoy 17-4 on the season, a career record of 63-25. That's pretty good.
That's a really good start to the first period as well. He got a 2-point takedown. He secured a riding time point so far. Let's see if he defers. Singleton will go down. It's important that Singleton gets up as quickly as possible because the last thing he wants is that riding time point to be locked in.
McCoy, a fifth-year veteran from New Paris, Pennsylvania, Chestnut Ridge.
Second period here. Scores 2-0.
McCoy, a two-time ACC runner-up the last 2 years, three-time NCAA qualifier. Can make it 4 in a row.
Big deal.
Yeah. Checking out Mat 2 as you see Brady with the lead over Heller, the #1 seed.
That's big for Virginia Tech, especially for the team race implications. Because Pittsburgh actually beat Virginia Tech in the duel. And so this might have been the upset. I can't remember what weight the upset happened. It might have been Hunter Boland. But 2 takedown by Virginia Tech.
Pittsburgh beat Virginia Tech at Virginia Tech, which is not easy to do.
No, it's not easy to do. And that kind of makes you think, is Pittsburgh in the team race? And, you know, for Virginia Tech to win the head-to-heads against Pitt, that's going to matter.
I don't think since we've started the semifinals we've seen NC State lose, have we?
We have not.
Yeah. It's 2-1 here. Actually, Ed Scott, yeah.
Last match.
Short memory.
I've been wrestling for too long.
I've been broadcasting for too long.
Maybe it was this cookie I ate. I don't know. This vegan protein cookie with no sugar.
Singleton.
Good job, squaring up. Hard wizard, square up, square up, square up, square up. Turn and face, turn and face. You gotta face him to get your 1. Ref should award 1 here. I don't know why they take so long to award that 1 point. I feel like that should have been awarded sooner.
They did right after you asked for it.
2 takedown by Brady again to extend his lead 7-3 against Heller. McCoy leading Singleton 4-2 with almost 2 minutes of riding time. And we're into the third period. We got the 2 Paulson brothers.
Brady leading Heller over on Mat 2.
Singleton's got to ride him for 57 seconds and turn him, or he's got to ride him for 50 seconds now, cut him, score a takedown. Nice, you got to come aggressively. I like how aggressive Singleton's being.
It's not going to be easy, though, for Singleton. Justin McCoy, as I mentioned, a 2-time ACC runner-up, 3-time NCAA qualifier, and a really bright student athlete, 3-time Scholar All-American.
Wow, that's impressive, especially at a university like Virginia, and being a NCAA Division I athlete in the sport of wrestling.
Heavy schedule.
Singleton's got to have some urgency underneath. I think the ref did a good job there, stalemating that position sooner than later, just because he's kind of those situations. Sometimes guys just like to hang out there, not look for any offense. I think we could see 2 here if Singleton throws his leg in. Nothing. Wow. Great scrambling by McCoy there to avoid giving up the 2-point takedown with 1 minute and 12 seconds left.
Look at that Brady and Heller match. I think Brady did it. Yeah, Brady beat Heller. A little bit of an upset over on Mat 2. We've got a minute left here on Mat 1. McCoy for Virginia at 5, Singleton at 2.
Singleton with the other hook, with an underhook on the left side. Ref stalemating the position. 47 seconds left. 1 minute and 42 seconds of riding time. Riding time is now locked in. for McCoy. So the score is 6-2. Singleton's got to finish this. McCoy doing a great job whizzing down. Now, here in this position, you see McCoy's throwing his left hip down into the shoulder, and he's driving off that far side right foot to continue to apply even more pressure down into the shoulder. And that makes it really, really difficult for Singleton to get his shoulder tight and snug to the leg, and it keeps his shoulder out of position, so it makes it really, really hard for him to finish that single leg attempt.
Final seconds counting down. Singleton, who got to this point with a win over Dennett, will head down to
Singleton,
the consolation bracket. Yeah, it'll be McCoy moving on, and McCoy has clinched a spot in tonight's primetime finals and in Tulsa for the NCAAs. So that's 4 times now he's qualified for the NCAAs.
Great wrestling by McCoy to get a good win over up-and-coming true freshman and Matty Singleton.
So there you see Connor Brady with the upset. Will be on tonight, 7 o'clock, ACC Network. Taking on Justin McCoy. And we'll see who the third qualifier at 165 will be. 174 also has 3 AQs. As you take a look at the semifinals, over on mat 2, the former national champion Lewis for Virginia Tech taking on Virginia's Marcelli right in front of us. We've got
Alex Faison for NC State, who I have been waiting to watch wrestle today. He's a North Carolina guy. He's a North Carolina native who's stayed true to the Wolfpack. He's worked incredibly hard, and he's starting to see the fruits of his labor pay off. He's worked hard, he's been diligent, he's gone through the ups and downs, he's paid his dues, and he's starting to really, really hit his stride.
He earned the number 2 seed, taking on Luca Augustine, who also got a bye because Duke not able to send out anybody at 174. So 3 qualifiers, 5 wrestlers.
Alex Faison's actually from an hour from here. He's from the Union Pines area. Wrestled at a club called the NC Wrestling Factory. His younger brother is also on the team. He's part of the true freshman class, along with my younger brother as well. Augustine, a great wrestler on his own as well. This should be a good matchup. Both guys incredibly competitive.
Faison beat Augustine 3-1 on February 10th.
Inside trip attempt from the front headlock by Augustine, really, really savvy. Faison doing a good job recovering, getting off of his hip so he can continue to wrestle out of the position, but he's still stuck in that front headlock position. If I'm him, I want to pull that right elbow tight to my chest. I want to turn my left chin to the crease of the elbow, put my right ear on his chest, and start circling towards my right.
Faison comes into this having won 4 in a row, including the win over Augustine.
Faison did a good job not giving up a score there. Augustine doing a really good job just staying in that front headlock for so long, not letting Faison get out of it. And so level change attempt to create some reaction.
It's worth mentioning, not able to go, Clay Lout, who won the ACC championship a year ago, out with a knee injury.
Wow. That's unfortunate. Started to hear that to Clay Lout.
Yeah.
Great competitor, 2-time All-American for UNC Chapel Hill, who's done awesome things for that program.
And I'm not sure if it happened against Faison, but Faison beat Clay Lout on February 17th, 6-1.
He did, a decisive win by Faison. Actually, one of the bigger wins of his college wrestling career. Here with the left side underhook, lefty underhook by Faison. We're going to end the first period 0-0 here on mat 1. No takedowns.
You see Augustine, part of a Pitt team that won their first ACC championship since the 2013 season. As you see, Pat Papalizio trying to go for 5 in a row, which will be the first time since Maryland did it. Of course, Maryland long gone now from the ACC. That's how long it's been. It'd be an incredible accomplishment for NC State. Augustine, a redshirt freshman from Waynesburg, PA. Came into today with a record of 25-13 overall. He's got a 1-0 lead. Go ahead.
Yeah, we haven't really seen a whole lot of action from these two. You know, we saw the short offensive position where Augustine went for that inside trip from the front headlock, which was really, really nice. But since then, we've seen Faison dig that lefty side underhook. There we go. We're starting to see some offensive attempts now, but I'd like to see more action from these two. But these guys are both doing a great job holding position as well. Nice post double by Alex Faison for the 2-point takedown here in the second period with a minute left.
Huge.
Beautiful mat return as well. He's got 21 seconds of riding time and counting, looking to build his lead. Another good mat return by Alex Faison, trying to keep him in bounds, but Augustine doing a good job working back to the edge. Lefty side post double, boom, post to the double. Did a good job keeping his head tight and running his feet to secure the takedown here to give himself the lead here in the ACC semifinals. And mat 1 at 174 pounds. Augustine doing a good job fighting the hands, but Faison with a third mat return so far, 4 mat returns. And sometimes that's what it takes. Sometimes it's going to require you to take 3-4 mat returns to keep the guy down. Now the guy's trying to go out bounds. He just got hit with a stall warning. Faison's got 44 seconds of riding time left. He just needs 16 more seconds to secure his riding time point, which is going to pay huge dividends here coming the third period.
Got a tight one.
Another big mat return. 52 seconds of riding time. Let's see if Faison can get this riding time point. He's trying to stay in bounds. 58 seconds of riding time left. It's going to be super important for Faison to finish this period on top. There's 14 seconds left in this period, but if Augustine gets out, that cuts his lead down, even with the riding time point. So if he can secure this riding time point, finish the match on top, that's going to give him a little bit of a cushion. And he's doing a great job wrestling, dropping down a leg. To me, this is toughness. This is toughness at its finest.
Yep, and as you mentioned, Faison.
Not a whole lot of technique.
Nope.
You know? I'm not. There is technique to the mat return, and it's beautiful. He's doing a great job getting his hips in the mix. He's making sure he's dropping, he's changing, he's just like that. He's doing a really good job, but you know how exhausting it is to continually mat return somebody over and over and over and over again? It's exhausting and it's work. And Faison's committed to doing the work here, and he's doing a really great job here.
Lewis really close to getting a fall against Marcelli. Really close. Over on mat 2. Great 2-box coverage by our crew. Matt Curry, producer, Josh Monk, Ryan Schmidt, Jessica Monroe, Fisher Plummer, Kyra Bullens, Jeff Bay, Jeff Anderson, Tim West, Noah Seidenberg, Justin Allen, Chip Colbert, Rachel Lima, all part of our mat 1 coverage, and a big point there for NC State.
Faison with the riding time at 1 minute and 4 seconds left. He's got his 1-point escape. The score now 3-1. Alex Faison with the lead. Nice in this front headlock position. He's got that underhook. If I'm him, I'm pulling that underhook out. I'm trying to bring it back down to the mat, look to run corner, but or I can use it when I come to my feet for an offensive attempt. Here, I'd love to see him try and throw it by for a single leg attempt, but good job by Augustine hand fighting and clearing the ties, digging an underhook of his own.
You're hearing the voice of Mike Machiavello, 2018 national champ and member of the U.S. national team.
Augustine coming with a good sense of urgency, kind of pushing the pace here, good bit. Shooting out on the edge, Faison doing a good job. Circling back in to remain active, but now he's gotten hit with a stall warning of his own because he keeps backing up and he keeps getting back up to the edge. So Augustine's doing a good job. Scores 4-2 with the riding time point.
Riding time right at 64 seconds.
And what's dangerous about a situation like this is if Augustine scores 4-1, if Augustine scores a takedown and there's at least 5 seconds of time left, he shaves off the riding time point. So riding time isn't locked in until 4 seconds left in the match. Great job by Alex Faison.
They finally corrected the score. They had given the wrong point, so you had it right. It was 4-2 with the riding time, so you had it right, Mock. Don't ever doubt yourself on that.
Good job by Alex Faison, the senior from North Carolina, making it to the ACC Finals.
So Faison, representing the Wolfpack and the Flex, has punched his ticket to tonight's finals on the ACC Network, and he will be at Tulsa at the NCAA National Championships as 3 qualifiers. You make it to the final. They'll take on Lewis, and it'll be rocking with Virginia Tech. Lewis, like my main man, Mike Bach, a national champion. As we now push here to 184. And we got Hunter Boland taking on Gavin Kane. Meanwhile, Trent Hidley over on mat 2. Trent Hidley was part of the cause this week, and what a fascinating young man. I mean, you know him really well. I mean, both the Hidley brothers are awesome young men.
Awesome young men. Both captains. Hayden was a captain while he was on the team, and Trent currently a captain on the team. And, they both work incredibly hard, you know, and they both wrestle similar styles with the underhook, and they both are great competitors, fierce competitors who want to win. And
we've got Boland and Kane on our Mat 1 coverage.
Boland, a phenomenal wrestler himself too. You know, he's gotten wins over Trent Hidley, and they had a good match in the dual meet at Virginia Tech, and he actually had the lead for a good part of the match, if I remember correctly. But Boland's quite the wrestler himself, and Virginia Tech has done a really good job with their upper weights, I must say. You know, being a in-conference rival, you know, they've had a lot of guys All-American at the 84-97 heavyweight spots. You know, you think of Zach Savatsky, who was a multiple-time All-American for them. You got Hunter Boland, who is an All-American for them. At 97, they had Jared Hott, who All-American for them multiple times. They had Ty Walsh, who All-American for them multiple times. And so at the upper weights, they've done a really, really good job developing and producing results there, just like NC State has. And so a lot of respect for that program, what they've been able to do with their upper weights.
Boland's got 2 for the 5th time in his career. Hunter Boland enters as a top 2 seed and will look to add his 2nd ACC title to his resume. Boland will also look to become Tech's first 5-time NCAA qualifier, and he's basically already in. They take 5 out of 184, so I think he can check that off the list.
Two-point takedown here for Boland. 2-0 lead. Minute left in the first period with 20 seconds of riding time. 18 seconds. Ref was correcting the clock there at the table. That's what the pause was for here. Riding here with a crab ride. But Kane doing a good job keeping that right arm back. He's got that leg. If he can sink that shoulder back, kind of tough because Bowen was underneath. But there he's back hooking the leg, looking for the switch, kind of like what we saw earlier in the first round this morning.
2-1. Yeah, Kane with a 10-2 win over Jack Wimmer to advance for the chance to take on Bolin. And to be fair, Mock, I feel like with 5 out of 184, I feel like all 4 wrestlers that we're seeing out here, we got the 2 here, Bolin and Kane, and then we look over at Hidley and Heller. We may 2-box that at some point during this match. They're all going to be in Tulsa.
Absolutely. So your fans are getting a chance to watch NCAA quality matches right now.
Bowen up 2-1, Hidley up 4-1 on mat 2. We'll look at Kane. Kane's going to start on top here as we start the second. You're feeling the buzz in the semifinals, Mock. Can you give an idea of the electricity that's going to happen tonight at 7 o'clock for the finals?
Oh, man. You just got to be here. If you're not here, buy some tickets and find your way over here ASAP. You know, the opening ceremony that they kind of do where all the finalists line up in the tunnel side by side with their warm-ups on. They call them out. The little flamethrower things that they have with the smoke that the competitors get to run out to. And it's and the one mat that's kind of center of the arena. And then the team race implications that it has each match. It's exciting.
3-1, Bolin on top of Kane. 184. Repetition is information. 5 NCAA qualifiers from the ACC at 184.
Good job getting to a single leg there. Wow. Really great wrestling by Kane through all those positions to not give up the 2. Now, I thought that could have been 2 on the edge, but did he maintain control long enough for the refs to believe that that was 2? Now, what makes that interesting is Kane was able to fight off of his hip relatively quickly, and that kind of makes it interesting. So this was a great shot attempt. If his hands touch the mat while he's all the way behind, that could be 2, but there's also in the rule book time for you to react. So that could fall within the window of reaction time, and that could as well. So it's up to the referee's discretion. So it'll be interesting to see what they decide to call here. I think that's a good block throw by the Virginia Tech coaches, but ultimately it'll be up to the ref's decision. So we'll see what they decide here.
Did 3-1 lead for Bowen. Sorry, Mock.
Award the 2 there? I believe they did not award the 2 there. So no 2. I think that's a good call by the refs. If I was the Virginia Tech coach, I probably would have thrown the block 2. Kudos to Kane for doing a great job fighting off of his hip there. Wrist control. Both guys are in the collar tie position. Kind of Both just standing still, just kind of figuring out what's going on. I didn't see a whole lot of pressure forward there.
So we'll head to the third. Boland just with a 2-point lead, and there's the 2 box. Best crew in the business bringing it to us as Hidley with a 13-4 lead and 3 minutes and 30 seconds of riding time as well. He'll wear you out.
Yeah, that's dominant right there. That's half the match on bottom.
You feel that.
Oh, yeah, you feel that. And it takes a lot out of you.
Good job by Kane. Spin around. Now we got 3-2 here. So who's going to punch their ticket to most likely meet Trent Hidley tonight at the 7 o'clock finals? That'll be seen on ACC Network from Reynolds Coliseum, Raleigh, North Carolina. Once again, your host. Next year will be North Carolina. Following year will be at Duke.
Riding time not a factor here. 53 seconds of riding time for Boland with a 3-2 lead.
Minute left here for Kane to make something happen.
Nice snap to a single attempt there. Let's see what sort of offense. Nice single leg attempt. Looked like he tried to peek out to the opposite side. Kane, 30 seconds left to try and figure out some offense to retake the lead. Single leg attempt here. Boland doing a good job defending. Nice little dug attempt. Takedown to UNC Chapel Hill. Takes the lead with 8 seconds left.
Incredible.
5 seconds. He's going to take the lead here, and he's going to win this match to meet Trent Hidley in the finals. What a finish to this match, and what an upset.
And the Tar Heel corner loving it. Gavin Kane, congratulations. Wow. It is not easy to beat Hunter Boland, and he just did it.
Way to find a way. Single leg attempt. So it looks like a peek out. He knee slides and rolls his head to the opposite side. Finds space, comes up and finishes the takedown. Really good job there at the end. And finding a way to win by Gavin Kane to make it to the ACC Finals to wrestle Trent Hidley for the ACC Championship title here tonight at 7 p.m.
Remember, 5 will get in, and Jack Wimmer was a late addition because Chaconis couldn't make it. I actually feel bad for Chaconis because I feel like he would have had a shot. But it'll be Hidley and Kane, and you got to figure Boland will work his way through the consolation. Again, with 5 qualifying, a little less pressure as we move to 197, where my main man won a national championship in Cleveland in 2018. And at 197, we are ready to rock and roll with Isaac Trumbull taking on Andy Smith. And this is that Virginia Tech NC State matchup.
And this is a good one. You know, Andy Smith actually pulled out the upset against Isaac Trumbull in the dual meet with the last-second takedown to help secure the win for Virginia Tech in the dual head-to-head.
It was that was a huge match.
Huge match. You know, ultimately was one of the deciding factors of the way the duel swung, and Isaac Trumbull getting a shot at redemption here. So you know he's hungry for this. Andy Smith is hungry to make it to the ACC Finals. So you know these guys are going to give everything they have to take each other's heads off here in the semifinals.
4 AQs mock out of 197. Isaac beat Max Shaw 4-2 to get a chance at, as you called it, the redemption match against Andy Smith from Virginia Tech.
It'll be interesting to see how these two decide to it'll be interesting to see how these two decide to approach the match, given the history of the latch match. Is there a lot that they're changing? Is there certain positions they're going to try to stay out of? What are they going to do differently? What are they thinking mentally? Isaac's being quite the aggressor here, being really, really physical in his hand fight, punching those hooks hard. Those aren't soft clubs either.
So, Mock, true story, I was at the Castle calling a basketball game the day after the Smith win over Trumbull, and people were still talking about it. It was that electric. I mean, it was one of those. I mean, the Castle's always rocking like the Reynolds is rocking, but you could feel it on TV and everything.
Yeah, and you could hear it as well. And like we talked about earlier, they broke the attendance record that night. And for them to beat us, who are the 4-time reigning ACC champs, and you have the rivalry, that's a big deal for them, you know, to swing that match. At that point, you know, you kind of put yourself in a position to win the duel. So if I'm a Virginia Tech fan and I'm watching that happen, I'm going crazy too, you know? So that's awesome. You know, not awesome being a Wolfpack fan, but.
No score yet here. 30 seconds remaining.
That's a nice shot attempt earlier, though, by Trumbull. Kind of snagged the leg, but wasn't tight enough to secure it. Just a really easy turn and kick away for Smith to avoid letting Isaac get in on his leg. Nice, getting to a front head there. Andy Smith just trying to block. Isaac doing a good job staying heavy on his head. I think that's going to pay dividends here later on in the match. If he can continue to wear on him and hand fight hard, kind of chip away at his cardio and force him to come out of position, I think opportunities will start to create themselves. But Smith here, I think, I'm not sure what the strategy is. You know, he probably is just thinking like find a way to win, which is good. But if I'm wrestling a guy like Isaac Trumbull, you know, I want to have a good idea of which shots I'm going to pick and choose. I want to avoid getting under his hips. He's really good in those cross-lock positions and finding a way to scramble through some of these positions. So I'd want to come with a strategy and a good idea of what shots I want to select against wrestling. But this is where it's trouble for Andy, because Isaac is really, really good here in the top position, especially when he gets a leg in. He's super long. He knows how to get you extended, and he's strong. He's deceptively strong for how long he is. And we might see a turn here in the second period from Isaac Trumbull. He's going to rack up this riding time point here. He's at a minute now, so that gives him the lead. And at the very least, if he doesn't get a turn, I won't be surprised if we see Trumbull finish on top here.
Trying to turn.
Like I said, I won't be surprised if we see a turn here.
We got two. Nice call, Mock. 2-0.
He's pretty tough here, and especially when you have someone extended like that. Doing a good job. Got the elbow extended above the head and above the shoulder. It's a quick roll through. Like they're challenging the 2-count swipe, the 2-count. So we'll see what the refs decide here.
Meanwhile, we can tell you as they take a look at it over on mat 2, Bonacorsi with a 7-1 lead. Bonacorsi, he might be the 7-year guy. How long has he been around? Listed as a redshirt super senior. Felipe and Bonacorsi, both I just feel like they've been around forever.
They've been around for quite a while. And they both, I believe, have multiple All-American honors. Bonacorsi also, I believe, had a brother wrestle for the University of Pittsburgh as well.
Both Felipe and Bonacorsi listed as redshirt super seniors. What did they decide?
2-count. They gave him the 2-count. So he got the 2 swipes. He's awarded the 2 back points. He's got a minute and 27 of riding time. So right now the score is 3-0 if you count the riding time point. But what's interesting here is they changed the position. They start him back underneath, so he's no longer flat. The reason why I thought that he was going to end the period on top is because usually when Isaac gets you flat like that, it's really hard to recover and rebuild your base. But if the ref gives you an opportunity to restart in the middle of the mat on bottom, you don't have to do all the gritty work to get back to your base with his leg in and him keeping you flat. You're already on you get to restart at your base, you get to bring your elbows back in, and he did a good job capitalizing here in the last 30 seconds of that second period to get his escape.
Yep, Smith getting the 1 point for the escape. It's 2-1. There it goes.
And he's going to have to ride him for at least 32 seconds to shave off that riding time point. And he's going to have to score a takedown.
Right, he needs some offense.
He's going to have to score a takedown.
3-1 lead here.
4-1 if we count the riding time as well.
27 of riding time.
Now, if I'm Andy, I'm going to be pushing the pace in the hand fight, and I'm going to try and be selective about what shot attempts I take, because Isaac Trumbull is really good at counters. He's really good at staying off of his hip, and I don't want to waste unnecessary energy underneath trying to finish on a guy that is going to be difficult to finish on. So I would put in a lot of energy in the hand fight and try and pick and choose my shots.
Well, right as you said that, Smith took a shot.
And as you can see, Isaac's pretty comfortable here.
He is.
And I won't be surprised if he scores a count. They stalemate their position, but if I'm Isaac, though, I'm going to want to dig to my underhooks. I'm going to slow the pace of the match down. I want to get to ties that are going to give me a good amount of control, and underhooks is one of those ties that give you a tremendous amount of control. And those are ties that he already loves to get to. So if I'm Isaac, that's what I'm going to try and get to. I'm going to want to try and keep him off my collar so he can't really do a good job creating angles. I'm going to be smart, look for counters, and hold really good position.
3-1 lead for Trumbull. It was Smith in the regular season and the Virginia Tech win, which helped create that.
Riding time point is secured. Even if Smith, looks like we might see counts here. 2 takedown by Isaac Trumbull. Isaac Trumbull is going to go to the ACC Finals. He's going to get his redemption.
And he will be featured here tonight.
You know the coaches are elated. You can't see it now, but as soon as he scored that takedown, Pat and Timmy were up, high-fiving each other.
Well, it's interesting because involved in that takedown, Smith was looking pretty close as well, and so the Virginia Tech bench was up, but it was Trumbull who gets it.
That's a good job by Isaac Trumbull. You know it's got to feel good. Anytime you can get a second opportunity to redeem yourself, and you're able to do that. Not just in a regular dual meet, but in a match that matters that's going to send you to the ACC Finals.
4 qualifiers coming out of the weight class where my main man won a national championship back in 2018. You see Bonacorsi and Trumbull will be featured tonight right here. That'll be a good matchup. As we get ready now.
We got ourselves a good matchup here. Owen Treffin and Hunter Katka.
Over on mat 2, Niesenbaum and Slinger. Katka.
Now, Owens looked really, really good the past couple of weeks in duels. You know, he looked phenomenal against UNC in the duel, in NC State versus Chapel Hill. But Katka's also a good talent himself. So I think we'll see some good wrestling out of these two. Hopefully we see a lot of points. I'd love to see these guys get after it in shot attempts and exchanges, because these guys both have good offensive ability. So I would love to see them both take a lot of risk this round.
Katka got here with a tech fall over Ethan Weatherspoon from Virginia, 16-0. Did that in 6 minutes and 24 seconds. There are 3 AQs in the heavyweight from the ACC for a shot at Tulsa. Right now, it's a shot at the finals tonight, 7 o'clock on ACC Network.
Pressuring in, Katka pressuring in. trying to use his collar tie effectively. Owen doing a good job over the top, thumb blocking, not letting him get tight. Kaka with an underhook. Head on the opposite side. Owen doing a good job with his left hand inside. Digging in.
Owen, a redshirt sophomore from Somerville, South Carolina. Now 18-3.
I'd like to see a little bit more motion out of Owen. Now, Kaka's doing a good job punching that right side underhook, but Owen every time is doing a good job re-pummeling inside immediately, so that way he's not much he's able to do off of it.
Treffin beat Kaka on January 20th by a score of 3-1.
These guys trying to figure out, feel each other out. Trying to play the chess match in the hand fight. If I'm Owen, I want an elbow pass here. Nice. You want to put two together, though. Elbow pass to a shot attempt, looking for a second attempt or some sort of follow-up, whether it's another shot or whether it's getting your hands back on your opponent and looking to immediately create an angle. These guys, for the most part right now, have been pretty north-south. They've been pretty straight on with one another. It's a lot of pressure forward and backing up, not as much angles, and you want to see more angles get created for offensive opportunities. So I think we could see a little bit more of that from both guys. I think we'll start to see more offense.
No score yet as we, from our point of view, over the corner, see Pat Papalizio. We know that my analyst today, Mike Machiavello, won a national championship, and he had a heavyweight that won a couple of national championships. Remind everybody about him.
Nick Gwiazdowski, man, what a teammate. I learned so much from him, and he's a three-time NCAA finalist, two-time NCAA champ, two-time world bronze medalist, multiple-time U.S. national team member. I mean, he definitely helped set the bar here in Raleigh, and I remember coming into Raleigh.
There they are.
Yeah, him being, I love seeing that, man. That guy helped me so much, and he's still a really great friend of mine, and I'm super thankful for him. And we still talk often, you know, so. But I used to go over to his house with a notebook and just take notes and ask questions. Hey, what were you thinking about going into the NCAA finals? And was it different in the second NCAA finals? What was different? You know, and just trying to pick his brain as much as possible. He set the blueprint. He helped set the blueprint. Owen Treffin. 25 seconds of riding time for Katka. Now, Owen does a good job creating offense off of the wrist, but here he's just kind of controlling, going to the right collar tie. Katka looking for a post attempt, but not really getting much out of it. Owen again going back to the wrist where he does a good job creating offense. I'd like to see him take a chance here. Same with Katka. These guys are both doing a really good job in the hand fight, though. A lot of pressure in. Both are being very physical. Or a snap attempt. Hard club by Katka. Owen thumb blocking over the top.
By the way, we do not have to wait until 7 o'clock at night, as Brandon Neff from the ACC telling me now that it's officially a sellout. 3,834, a new ACC Wrestling Championship record. How cool is that?
Wow, history, man. That's pretty cool. And to see this arena packed to the brim is going to be sick. That's going to be awesome. I can't wait, man. I'm going to have to take some pictures. Now, Katka going down here to start the third. Owen's got a nice little signature mat return he likes to do. when he's on top. Guy stands up. He does a good job hipping in, elevating him, pulling him back down, his shoulder straight to his back. We might see that here. I know he's probably going to at least try and go for it. If he can get underneath on both sides. Let's see if he's going to go for it. He's looking for it. Kaka's doing a good job trying not to let him. He's looking for it. Kaka trying to avoid.
There it is.
Didn't end up getting it, but Kaka ended up getting his escape. And you can see Owen trying to throw his hips in real hard to look for that mat return he likes to always do. 1-1. 6 seconds of riding time for Kaka, so riding time is not going to be a factor here in the third period. So we'll either be going to overtime or someone's going to score a last-second takedown to go to the finals here. And once that exchange starts happening, that's going to be fun to watch.
I can tell you, Matt 2, Niesenbaum with a slim 3-2 lead over.
You start to hear the NC State fans cheering, "Oh, win, oh, win." This crowd's getting into it. .54 seconds left. What's tough about heavyweight too is these guys are really strong. They got very powerful hips. And so if you take a bad attempt, you're gonna get punished, you know? And so you wanna be, you have the strength to offset that, and you can wrestle through those positions, especially if you're of equal size, but still sometimes those guys are so heavy and they have such powerful hips, it doesn't matter how strong you are. If you're not in the right position, you're gonna get punished, and you're gonna have a tough time finishing. And sometimes the go behind's a little bit easier because guys are really just gonna hit you hard with those hips and look to one corner. And looks like we're going into overtime.
Yeah, you caught it about a minute ago that we were headed there, and that's where we're gonna go. So you caught it, Mock. Overtime we go. First score wins it.
Who wants it more? Overtime's interesting. It's a test of will.
Yeah, and you've said that even on other occasions. I mean, wrestling is a lot about will. I mean, you mentioned technique, but at the end of the day, that heart is huge, right?
It's huge. You know, I tell these guys a lot of times, you can be the most technical guy in the world, but if you don't have heart and you don't have the will to win, it's very difficult to win at the highest level, because you can find a guy who may not be as technical, but is technical enough, who has the heart and the will to win. And when the situation calls for it and the match starts to get really, it starts to take you to a dark place, it's just, sometimes you just have to find a way, and it's not always pretty. But that's what gets the results sometimes. And obviously, you want to be efficient. You want to be super, super technical. You want to have a high IQ, but you need both to win at the highest level. And if I had to pick one personally, I'm choosing heart and will every day of the week.
Well, we're going to keep an eye on this, but hopefully you can tell the story of how our producer Matt Curry was in Cleveland, and he saw you that day, and you had actually, a friend of yours had lost their father, I think, if I have the story right. Do I have that right?
Yeah, a little sooner. It wasn't that same time frame, but his father had passed away of cancer, and his father is the one that got me into wrestling. And I wouldn't be in this sport without that man. And he passed away from cancer, and his son, who was a really good friend of mine, called me the day of the finals and said, "Hey, man, I wanted to call you and tell you that you're going to win this." And I just remember the feeling that it gave me, and it was just, you know, it felt almost divine. And I just remember just feeling super emotional, just ready to go, man.
Yeah, I got chills because you told that story to Matt Curry, our producer, before we came on the air, and
yep,
I was already all in. Thanks for sharing that.
It was the Whalen family, and,
okay,
and my buddy who called me was Keenan Whalen, and his father was John Whalen, and he's the man who kind of convinced me to start wrestling.
And now the banner's up. We're going to need some extra wrestling here now. Thanks for sharing that story.
Absolutely, man.
Yeah. There's Pops.
Double overtime here.
If we happen to have a couple novice fans right now, explain how
Jared
this works.
Hott.
Yeah.
Jared Hott, coaching in the corner here at heavyweight. A guy who had many great battles with, who does a great job for Virginia Tech and is a really, really great competitor himself.
But explain this double overtime period, how it works, Mock.
So it's a ride out. So you get 30 seconds to get an escape point. So if they're going to count the riding time, but if you get out, your opponent gets an opportunity to go down as well, and they get 30 seconds also. And whoever ultimately has the more riding time is going to be the winner. But if you get ridden out the whole time, whoever gets the escape is going to be the winner. Like even there, anything could happen. You might get an escape, but you also might score a takedown, which changes the situation. So now Owen Treffin is going to have to escape within 6 seconds, I believe. Or else Katka's going to have the riding time.
Okay.
So you want to try and ride them out as long as you possibly can. If you can get the full 30, awesome. But the longer riding time you have, the longer you ride them out in the 30 seconds, the better it is for you. Caution, warning. Oh yeah, tension's high right now.
Yeah,
tension is high right now. You can't afford another mistake.
Oh, 6 seconds is not that long.
It's not.
You got to pop quick.
It's not. You got to pop. You can't afford another caution call.
He's up.
Uh-oh. 3, 2, 1. Oh my gosh.
He did it.
But now he's got to hold his lead for 20 seconds.
Shot coming. Katka. Treffin. Virginia Tech. NC State. Heavyweight.
5 seconds left. 3.
Wow, just a 1 second
2,
variance.
1.
Coming down.
Time.
NC State.
And Owen Treffin goes
wow.
into the ACC Finals. What a match by both guys.
Treffin needed to do it in under 6. He did it in 5 to punch his ticket. This is how he did it right here, Mock.
The urgency, the heart, the determination that you have to have for those 6 seconds to get out. And then to have the awareness to circle back in so he doesn't shoot you out and you get hit with a stall warning. And then to just wrestle hard, to just commit to whatever work is necessary to close out the lead in those last 22 seconds.
That was a decent one-leg shot by Katka after
was.
Treffin, but Treffin's holding up the #1 finger for a reason, and part of the reason why we've got a record crowd here. What a matchup that will be tonight to end the night with Sean and Rock, with Jonah Niesenbaum and Owen Treffin. Owen Treffin sending yet another Wolfpack wrestler into the finals for tonight. 3:30, the consolation round, which you want to stay with us because there's still tickets to be punched to Tulsa for the Nationals. That's 3:30, as we'll see you then with our continued coverage of the 2023 ACC Wrestling Championship Consolation Semifinals. We'll see you at 3:30.
You won't find it too often, a Hokie and a Wolfpack sitting, smiling, chatting, having a good time with one another. But in the fans, they can. On the mat, they don't. And right now, those two separating from the pack. NC State, 43. Virginia Tech, second with 31.5. Pitt, obviously, still in the conversation. They have the top seeds all rolling, who we're about to see at 165 with one of 4 top seeds for the Panthers. Holden Heller here at 165 taking on Connor Brady of Virginia Tech. The bottom half of the bracket, Justin McCoy, the 2 seed for the Cavaliers, and the freshman Maddie Singleton, who we saw earlier. There is Connor Brady, the redshirt sophomore from Powell, Ohio. And Holden Heller, the new arrival for Pitt, transferred in this offseason from Hofstra. The Heller brothers have provided certainly a burst for Pitt wrestling this year. And Heller earning the #1 seed, an NCAA qualifier a couple of years ago, replacing Jake Winsel. Had a solid season, and Rock, we both have enjoyed watching really him for the first time this year.
And what makes him exciting, both brothers, is that when they wrestle through positions. They don't just get there and wait for a stalemate. They're trying to score in any way possible. Now with Connor Brady, what he has is a very good high C to his opponent's right leg. The thing is, when you shoot to the Heller brothers and your head's on the outside, they sit the corner very well. So as soon as he gets to high C, Connor Brady needs to go immediately to a double. And not just that, when you hit a high C on Heller, you got to stay between their legs. You see a low double there. Good job. Good job. He didn't give Heller a chance to scramble. He went low and got both ankles. Watch this. He lowered his level, reached, and stayed low to both ankles. By staying low on both ankles, it prevents him from getting in a scramble position.
Connor Brady has accomplished a lot, even though he still has the sophomore label, the redshirt sophomore tag. For the youngster from the state of Ohio, he has already qualified twice for nationals, won a match last year, went 1-2 after going 0-2 the year prior.
One of the things that you'll see with Heller is that they don't take traditional shots. What they do is they just try to get to a leg. And when you look at Holden on his shots, they're not very clean. He kind of just drops his knees and kind of reaches to get a leg, because once he gets a leg, that's when he starts to perform his magic. And to that point, Connor Brady is going to keep a decent stance and not get to a position where he can't down block. Down block means he's preventing a shot in by keeping his hips low, arms down, hands down. The goal for Connor Brady here is to make sure that Heller does not even touch his legs. And he's doing a good job right now. Heller just wants to get in and just create something.
Heller very comfortable operating from space, and that's what Brady's trying to prevent. Does not want that space where Heller can use that tall frame of his to get to the legs.
The last time they wrestled, Heller had a great ride and rode Connor Brady out for a whole period. So the question is will Brady decide to go underneath again?
First period comes to an end. Flip of the disc comes up green. Heller looks over at the corner, and after some discussion, they will defer, and Brady will start underneath. So here we go, second period. Brady, Tony Roby's Hokie sitting right now right behind NC State. Big match here if they can get Brady into the finals.
Good job by Brady. Really good job there. I love the fact that you see improvement from their last match. Last match, Heller just put on a mean, just great ride. And this time, Brady sat out, kept his hips low, and finished cleanly.
What has Brady done a good job as we hit the halfway point of this match in slowing down the Heller offense and what he wants to do?
He's keeping his hips and legs away. By doing that, you're not giving Heller the opportunity to just do the stuff that he does. And when he got his first takedown, it was a quick, low shot. Not just one leg, but two legs. And when you get two legs, especially low, Heller's not going to be as tough to defend.
Stall call there on Brady, just as Heller shot, simultaneous with the shot and the stall call. So Heller can stick that one in his back pocket for a little bit later, and we get a stalemate. 51 seconds to go, second period.
I would not change my style of wrestling. Even with that stall call, I'm not changing anything. He did it again. You see that? Drop down to two legs quickly. That's exactly the right way to wrestle. Smart wrestling by Connor Brady. Immediately, just like the first period, he dropped down for the outside leg and quickly grabbed the other leg. Oh, man, he's doing a great job. Really good job. Picking his shots at the right moments. And Heller can't get into the defense. You see, he just can't get to legs. He just can't get to legs. Fantastic coaching job by the Virginia Tech coaching staff. That's how you finish against the Heller brothers. It's got to be quick. So here she has an underhook, defends it here. Underhook, knee pick, go to the other leg real quick, drop down quick. And you see, just like the first period, he dropped down to both ankles so Heller can do his stuff. Brady's doing a fantastic match. I mean, this is exactly the way you wrestle Holden Heller.
And this is exactly what Virginia Tech needs. They can get the 4 seed Brady into the finals at this weight. Lots on the line.
Did it again.
It's still in the equation, but another 2. And it's now 7-4.
Bravo, Virginia Tech in coaching. They go right to it, especially if a tall person, go low to the ankles. All 3 of his takedowns have been the same. Reaching for the right ankle and finishing on the left ankle.
Potentially dangerous. They will stop it. 68 seconds. Still plenty of time for Holden Heller.
And this is where you start to see some of the things Heller. You see that shot? His natural inclination for offense is not penetration steps. It's just, let me just grab something and create. But his shots haven't been clean. And Brady has done a good job of having a good, solid defense. And then a good attack.
Brady able to steer Heller with his right arm underhook. Now a shot there underneath from Heller. Brady sprawls back. 38 seconds.
And you saw that he shot and then just went right down to his knees. He's not penetrating. He's not trying to get between the legs when he shots. He's just dropping and reaching for a leg. And Connor Brady is just wrestling a really, really smart match.
Connor Brady in search of his first ACC championship, this year marking his 3rd appearance at these ACCs. Moving up away from 57 to 65, and Brady, the 4 seed, has delivered the victory here for Virginia Tech. And the Hokies know that was a big win.
Big win indeed. A really big win. And it was just a really smart match. It was a smart match by Connor Brady. So Brady, all of his shots came down reaching for the right ankle, but finishing on the left ankle. Every one that he had was just like that. Some from space, some from the underhook. When you're wrestling guys that are tall and lanky and likes to roll around, that is a fantastic game plan.
Bonus coverage with Singleton and McCoy. Matty Singleton, the freshman, NC State. Justin McCoy, a lot of people think McCoy carries Virginia's brightest torch come nationals in Tulsa in a couple of weeks. Trying to add an ACC title, a 5-2 lead over Singleton late.
One of the more athletic wrestlers in the conference. He's really good at scrambling, but he's just very athletic. And Matty Singleton just is doing his best, but smart wrestling by the blood round wrestler. Last year, Justin McCoy moving around, doing what he can to get Virginia their first finalist.
McCoy advances.
And you can see the state of Virginia, UVA and Virginia Tech clapping for Mr. McCoy.
3-time NCAA qualifier, part of a pretty special senior group. For Steve Garland, he advances into the finals. Speaking of Virginia Tech, how about we go there at 174 in this semifinal? The top seed, Mekhi Lewis, taking on Vic Marcelli, the 5 seed for the Cavaliers. It will be Augustine and Faison in the 2 versus 3 matchup. Don't forget the finals tonight, 7 o'clock Eastern, on the ACC network.
Isn't this kind of cool now? We had NC State starting off with their semifinalists, and then 57 Virginia Tech, 65 Virginia Tech, 74 Mackay, the national champion. And then on mat one, you have Luca Augustine and Alex Faison, and they had an overtime match. The pendulum of ACC wrestling.
Continually will go back and forth throughout the course of the day, whether it's the consolations coming up a little bit later on, the semifinal round, all setting the stage for the finals later tonight. Mackay Lewis, the redshirt senior, the 2019 NCAA champion. A run that ACC fans will remember for a long time. He beat Marinelli, he beat Evan Wick, Vincenzo Joseph in the finals to earn the first ever national championship for Virginia Tech.
An impressive thing about what he did in that win, with Vincenzo Joseph, he put him on his back. I mean, Vincenzo Joseph was a horse. The question that I'm sure Virginia Tech fans are wondering is Mackay coming back next year? He has another year of eligibility, but oh, look at that. In on the double, he's going to try and hook the leg. This time he reached towards chain wrestling right there. Really quick. One of the things that Mackay takes great pride in is his top wrestling. While everyone knows about his counter offense, his counter attacks, reshots, but on top, he's pretty strong. So at that point, he did a head lever, and then he went to an armbar, whereby Austin O'Connor did a head lever, and he slipped his head underneath to a half Nelson. That's the great thing about wrestling, is that there's so many things you can do to lead to other moves, and quite frankly, it's different names of different moves.
Mackay told us, you talked about his ability for the counter-offensive, so good at taking advantage of aggressive wrestlers when they come after him. See this edge of mat wrestling, and finally the point.
So Mackay does he reached for the left leg and then came back and just stayed on double. He was not going to let that double go until he got his takedown.
Mackay told us earlier this year that he went through a stretch where he was really annoyed. It was a frustrating part of his career when wrestlers started to learn the MO a little bit on how to try to keep it close with Mackay Lewis, and the MO was don't attack, and he had to change his philosophy with how he approached the sport after his national championship run, and he had to find ways to get creative offensively and really step on the gas more on the offensive end.
And that's how you improve. You improve by adversity. Adversity was that people know what I'm going to do, so how am I going to improve? And then you go back and you talk to your coaches, watch film, not of yourself, but watch film of other wrestlers to see what they've done. Or just pick up the phone or DM another wrestler that said, look, you've been good, and what did you do when people started to pick up on your tendencies? And that's one thing that wrestlers like to do. They like to talk about what they did well. So
3-1 lead. Mackay Lewis over Vic Marcelli, the Virginia native. He's coming back from an injury that he sustained earlier this year in the duel against North Carolina. This is a weight where the Cavaliers have also used Justin Phillips. Marcelli winless in his 2 ACC duels this year. One of those guys that really can bring up the personality of a team. Garland described him as he's always in a good mood, loves watching wrestling. He will stick around after practice just to get more reps in. It's never about time and commitment when you look at Vic Marcelli.
He's actually a pretty funny guy when you talk to him. Oh, good reshot there. Hesitate, and shoot.
What's the glaring difference, if there is one? There might not be one. When you look at Mackay Lewis 2019 and Mackay Lewis 4 years later here in 23.
That's a good question, because sometimes we don't see it. And some of the things that may happen are some things that he may have done mentally that it helps him a little different. For instance, he may have had a little anxiety earlier, but now that he's been there, he knows it. So we may not see like the actual technique types of things, but nevertheless, there's been improvement.
Lewis was so close to winning the program's second national championship last year. He was a runner-up, losing to Carter Starace. Came down to a tiebreaker, 6-5. Lewis, who can hit you from all angles.
He faked, you see the fake, and then he shot again. Faked and got right back in. And then from there, he went around, lifted up the knee, kind of took it outside, but yeah, it wasn't bad. Got the takedown.
We start neutral in the third period, 5-2 Lewis.
And this is where Mackay understands what, not just winning, but he wants to get bonus points here because he realizes that his team is in a hunt for this ACC championship. So he's got riding time, so essentially it's 6-2, but he's got to score a few more.
Mackay Lewis in search of his third ACC championship. He won it in 2019. He won it again last year. Knocked off Clay Lout. Hayden Heitley en route to winning his second ACC championship. This be the year he punches it for the third time, and now a little separation late. Cut and release.
Yep. Bonus points. They said bonus points. We can get it. Bonus points.
Marcelli needs to buckle in now as Lewis is sensing it. Stall call. Marcelli leaving the mat, so Mackay gets one more, and it's 8-3.
8-3, bonus points because he has riding time in his favor. So he needs this takedown and keep Marcelli down.
And again, with the bonus points that Rock and I are talking about, look at this quickness by Mackay. Just driving him right down to the mat. And now he's going to get swipes as well. So now clearly he is in the bonus point territory. So we're looking, this ball would be worth 2 additional team points. And that's what he's looking for here. Marcelli trying to stay off his back. Lewis readjust. Has plenty of time on the clock.
This is like the same position last year at the NCAA semifinals. Good fight by Marcelli. He's got the bonus points. That's exactly what they wanted. Bonus points. Oh, that's not illegal. There was nothing illegal about that. It was with the natural motion of the knee. So at that point, so the knee was going in the right direction. It wasn't going against the wrong direction. Now, because his knee is taped up, you might be a little more careful, and I know how coaches are, but his knee was going in the right direction.
Mackay Lewis with the riding time point will win this one by major decision. That is an additional team point for Virginia Tech. His team needed it. He went out and he got it.
Doing exactly what he's supposed to do. He got the bonus points. And got it when he was supposed to get it. He followed, he chased down, stayed between the legs, and got the takedown and near fall. And he stayed right between the legs and transitioned to a half Nelson. Almost there, not enough, but good fight by Marcelli. He was working for it. And you can feel the Virginia Tech fans getting really excited about that. And that knee, that's nothing illegal about that right there. There's nothing illegal, and then he throws it. Whoa, that's intensity right there. Lucky not to get an unsportsmanlike conduct there. You throw a bottle like that, especially a ref, you know, good job by the official not to look into it. But that's the intensity of the ACC championships. Intense. You want to protect your wrestler, but from my position, there was nothing illegal. Sean, did that look anything illegal?
Oh. Heat of the moment, certainly so. Pitt having some trouble in this semifinal round. Faison, a 3-2 win over Luca Augustine. So Faison, I tell you what, he might be the unsung hero this year for North Carolina State. A lineup that features a lot of big names. This guy has waited and waited for his opportunity, and he just continues to deliver. Hard-fought 3-2 win for NC State. The Wolfpack getting ready to send out their big ace and their full deck of cards. Trent Hidley, the top seed. Reese Heller will try to figure him out from Pitt, while Gavin Kane of UNC squares up against Hunter Bowling. There is Trent Hidley, the leader, the unequivocal leader of this NC State program right now.
So as we saw how Connor Brady beat the older Heller, and he went for an underhook, and then he went for the right leg, and oh, look at this, look at this. Good balance by both wrestlers there. Both ankles, you see? You drop down to both ankles, that's how you wrestle Hellers.
2 for Hidley, the 3-time All-American, seeded 5th back in 2020. Was a runner-up in 21 last year. Fought a case of food poisoning, finished 5th. Really battled through a tough 3-day stretch. And he said he emotionally was just so drained during the 3 days in Detroit. Really disappointed with his performance, but then the further he got away from it, looked back at what he had overcome with not feeling at 100% because of the ailment. He looked back and was proud of what he accomplished. And just talked about how important it is to be at your best this time of the year. Body maintenance and peaking at the right time. And Hidley certainly feeling really good this year in the month of March. Some early offense and a 4-1 advantage.
Looking solid. Well, he's another guy that he said he's always intense. He's always intense. And sometimes he says in his team members' face a little too much. But then he said, look, he's let some of the other leaders on the team to be the one to motivate.
He is a completely different guy on the mat than the guy you talk to off the mat. And that coincides with what you're saying. He says it's personal. He's so passionate about how he competes, his mentality for the sport, the goals that he sets, the lifestyle that he lives, the time and energy to perfect his craft, that it all becomes personal for him.
He said personal, it's me against him. I need this.
I kind of chuckled when he followed it up with, you know, I don't have friends in different colored singlets when I'm wrestling. He says maybe 10 or 15 years they'll be my friend, but not right now.
I completely agree with you on that one.
He gets into the zone, and he is their emotional leader that this team feeds off of, his energy.
I've seen guys, you know, more so on a high club after they wrestle, they want to get their IG address, and well, I don't want to talk to you if you beat me.
Hayden Hidley, his older brother, part of the Wolfpack coaches this year. What an addition he has been, and all the success that he's had, and really the relationship that Trent and Hayden share. Hayden, a 5-time All-American, NC State's first ever 4-time All-American, a remarkable career, and those two are about as tight as they come. They might be different personality sets, but brothers who have each other's back, and you just see the knots in the stomach for Big Brother right now playing the role of the coach. Heller to start this period on top. Drops down to the lower leg of Hidley, and Hidley able to get the one near the edge. Not letting Heller get back to the center. Look at this edge of mat offense with not a lot of real estate, Rock.
He did not let him really come in, and you jumped right on it, Sean. He wasn't. As soon as he started to step towards Hidley to get in, he shot into a nice double. And generally, you know, when you get to the hips of Heller's, they're hard to finish on, but there was so much power behind that double that he fell right to his butt. Already thinking bonus points. He's got a spiral ride on the right side, and he's got the wrist on the left side. These matches where you say, Trent, just take him, just let him up and take him down. You've been doing that. These matches are important to be able to ride, because drop down again to that lower ankle, and he's driving up to the body, good hip spire. Another takedown by Hidley. Hidley just doing a good job. Riding time is just continuing to just increase and increase. But as we said before, Trent Hidley just wants to dominate.
That's exactly what he is doing. 30 seconds to go. Second period, up 9-2 on Reese Heller. Heller's first year at Pitt, as we talked about earlier in the broadcast. 3 years of eligibility remaining for Reese. Holden with a couple of years remaining. Both these guys part of the future plans for Pitt.
He clearly wants to get this takedown. Oh, man. Trent Hidley's looking really good, Sean. He's really looking good. Oh, Reese Heller is not an easy person to wrestle. He let him out with 26 seconds left and took him down, but most people struggle to take down Heller. Forces the underhook as he normally does. Underhook, and his underhook is to set up something else. So where does he go? He tries to throw him over, and then he looses the arm and drops down. Riding time is secured. Stalling against Heller.
Hidley, a guy who was so emotional. He talked about the role his coaches have played with telling him to dial it down a few times, especially as he gets older. And the coaches have slowed him down and helped him in that regard. Both Pat Papalizio, Adam Hall have been strict on him for how hard he needs to go in certain situations. And that's a process where Trent says he just trusts his coaches. They know when to push, when to go. And times like now in his 5th full year of collegiate wrestling, when you can back off a little bit and preserve the body for the bigger prize at the end of the road.
Two things there. Good that the coaches brought it out. Better that Trent bought in.
Cruising right now. Heller tagged with a stall underneath. 14-4. Inside a minute to go. So Trent Hidley with the bonus point opportunity. And you're right, it is almost like a chess match. My pawn goes here from Virginia Tech. NC State counters with queen high, and back and forth they go. We saw Mekhi Lewis go grab his bonus point for Virginia Tech. Well, now the NC State star and Hidley making sure he gets that point right back for the Wolfpack. Fun to watch.
Look at her tilt. I love it. He got 2 swipes. So Trent Hidley's doing a little math. He looked at the score and said, okay, got riding time. It's really 17-4. If I let him up, it was 17-5. Nah. Let's see. He's like, nah, I can't get a tech fall. He's going to try and pancake it from here. forced him open. And he's going to get the tech fall. Unbelievable. What a stud. Please. Man, what a stud. Man. What an aggressive style of wrestling there. Oh, it looks like it. Oh, my goodness. Gavin Kane got a takedown on that one. Gavin Kane got the takedown against Hunter Boland. UNC! UNC! And he got an emphatic takedown. Third win against Hunter Boland in 4 matches for Gavin Kane. Let's see this right here. He got in and finished on a beautiful takedown. Pumped up.
184, Hidley, NC State picks up a tech fall. Kane, the 3 seed, takes down Boland for the 3rd time in 4 meetings. So UNC, NC State to meet for the ACC championship at 184. 197, one of the more electrifying wrestlers in all of the college landscape. Nino Bonacorsi, the top seed from Pitt. His opponent will be Michael Batista of Virginia. While on the bottom half, it's the 2nd seed, Andy Smith, the 2 taking on the 3 in Isaac Trumbull. There is Nino Bonacorsi, Mr. Offense for the Panthers.
One of the things that Nino said, and we talked about how often he shoots, he said, I shot a lot when I was at 184, but at 197, I can't shoot as much because guys are a little bigger and stronger. What that means is that instead of shooting 20 times a match, he'll shoot 10.
Bonacorsi, the 2-time defending ACC champion. He won the title last year over Isaac Trumbull. 4-time NCAA qualifier. He was a national runner-up in 2021. What a run that was for Bonacorsi. Won his first 4 matches, outscored the opponents at nationals 36-7. That was all as a 6th seed. He has twice come up 1 win shy of All-American status. Lost to Missouri's Rocky Elam last year in the round of 12. Pass by action there, just tosses him aside, drops into a leg. Tries to secure the 2nd, does, and gets the takedown. Textbook from Nino Bonacorsi.
Got the single, worked up the thigh, got behind as soon as the hand touched. It was rear standing takedown because rear standing was established, so therefore just a touch by Batista was enough to give up a takedown, and Nino Bonacorsi is up 2-0.
Yeah, Rock, when you look at Bonacorsi, one thing he told me earlier this year is he has put a lot more work into setting up his opponents compared to previous years. We all know he is one of the best finishers in the business. Talk about the role of the setup and where you've seen that variance from him this year.
The setup means more because of the bigger weight classes. Because when you're bigger, you just can't go in and drive through people. When someone is a little bigger, you have to set them up by getting them to move in a different direction, getting a weight distribution a little differently. Therefore, his setups had to get better because he went up in a weight class.
3rd year at 197 for Bonacorsi. 5-0 this year against ACC opponents.
And when we talk about setup, Sean, it's not something so glaringly obvious. It could be just the movement of the hands, the movement of a thumb to get to a point. When you look at the international level, and Sean, you do a lot of international, it's so slight, the things that they do that score points, that to the naked eye, you don't see it. Oh, good shot by Batista there. Even better defense. And right into a double by Bonacorsi. Good chain wrestling by both wrestlers.
Bonacorsi with a 4-1 lead here in this first period. Semifinal at 197.
Bonacorsi wants to end this period on top and continue to build up his riding time.
Nino Bonacorsi, after his performance in Detroit last year, he said that was one of the lowest points of his career on the trip home after Nationals. It brought him down to reality. He learned a lot about himself, and Keith Gavin was one of those guys on the trip home just talking about the future and what it was going to look like for Nino. And he knew early on that he was always going to come back, but he had to change a couple of things. And he says really the biggest thing has been the mental approach. He's always been a goal-oriented guy, full of putting pressure on himself, and he says he's just feeling a lot more relaxed this year. And a relaxed Bonacorsi usually relates to a lot of points and a lot of success, and that certainly has been the recipe this season.
The position that Batista was in, he had a single, and the pit coach is running the stall call, but the official, Fred Majerison, said that he was working. Critical point in the match. This is where Bonacorsi can certainly score again, and now he's really thinking bonus points. Bonacorsi going back in.
Batista trying to get things figured out. Let's see if he can get some offense started for the Cavaliers.
Oh my.
Lightning quick low hit there by Bonacorsi.
And you see, he had the leg and he kept going towards the other leg. By going towards the other leg, that gets you closer to the other leg to get the takedown. That's a really low shot. Nino's doing a good job of riding, staying on top.
Bonacorsi's relationship with Keith Gavin goes a long way back. He told the stories of how both Sonny Abe and Gavin would walk in when he was 8 or 9 years old. Gavin would go through drills with him. He stayed on with Pitt, learning from some great Panthers, grew up nearby Bethel Park, just about 10, 11, 12 miles south of the Pitt campus. There was no doubt who he was going to wrestle for when his college days started, and he has delivered for Pitt throughout his time and inching even closer to another ACC title with this type of offense.
Look at this low shot right at the ankle. And then watch him lift and he go towards the other leg. Going towards the left leg, to left leg, to left leg, to left leg, and then stepped over.
Don't you get the feeling that Nino's a guy that could stay on the Pitt coaching staff after his wrestling days are done, help out maybe with the ROTC program they have?
He is exactly what Pitt wants, you know. Person kind of takes the personality of his coach, put your head down and just work. So now riding time is in a favor. It's 8-2 with riding time. Another takedown and a ride out gets the bonus points. Batista had a good high C to the right leg of Nino Bonacorsi. Let's see if Batista from Virginia does that. Shooting to the right leg of his opponent. Oh, but back in on the leg again. Is Bonacorsi going to try to reach over, crunch down, ride him in. And Coach Gavin points down, meaning keep him down, keep him down. Now, on your score, it says 9-2. Riding time, if he has more than a minute of riding time, that green box that you see, it'll be 10-2, which means it's bonus points. Additional points for the team score for Pitt. 45 seconds is a good amount of time to keep someone down, though.
right now, if you're Pitt, I noticed the coaches continue to look over at the other mat. Pretty much everybody in this conference right now at this moment cheering against NC State with the way that they have performed. They do not want to see the Wolfpack Red pick up a couple more wins to close out this semifinal session.
They wrestled very well.
Yeah, NC State and Virginia Tech colliding head-to-head at 197. Trumbull with a 3-1 lead, and that's what has Gavin's attention with his wrestler Bonacorsi clearly in control. Bonacorsi, as Rock talked about, trying to get into that bonus point territory, and he surges ahead to get the takedown. And now he wants to keep him right here. He'll have the riding time, and Nino Bonacorsi gets the bonus point for Pitt. But just as he does that, Trumbull increases his cushion over Smith with a late 2.
Short time wrestling in the match. Nino Bonacorsi undefeated, going to the finals, will go against Isaac Trumbull, and they had a heck of an overtime match a few weeks ago. Rematch. Isaac
Trumbull, part 2. .285. Duke's lone top seed, and they are riding on the big, wide shoulders of Jonah Niesenbaum. Can he deliver today for the Blue Devils? They need one from Jonah as he takes on the 4 seed Jake Slinger. Nice win by Slinger earlier today. And there is a good look at Niesenbaum. Hard to imagine, a little more than 5 years ago, he was solely a hockey player. Made the change to wrestling, and he has just taken off despite of all the competitors here at today's championship. He probably has the fewest reps under his belt from his high school days, picking up the sport late. But man, he has taken the time to commit to it, and finishes that we're about to see.
We've got to bring him back to the center.
Has been what he's been all about.
We've got to bring him back to the center, stay on the leg, and bring him back to the center. That's the best way to do it. Now you have more real estate to work with. Good takedown by Niesenbaum. Really smart to bring him back to the center, because when you're on the edge, you don't have as much space to work with. He got the single, brought him back, and then did a nice trip. Good start for Niesenbaum.
Jonah Niesenbaum, Pennsylvania native, Salisbury High School. This year won the Keystone Classic. He went 3-2 at the scuffle, but has found his stride in the ACCs. Looking for a possible cradle, nothing pans out. Slinger trying to get back to his base, but that leg being pinched in between the hamstring and the calf there. You see Niesenbaum squeezing, Slinger able to free it. 2-1 lead for Jonah Niesenbaum.
We saw the quarterfinal match with Slinger, and he showed that he has some offense. It was later in overtime we saw it, but I'd like to see it a little earlier.
It's interesting when you talk with Jonah Niesenbaum and what he described inside the Duke wrestling room as he comes back in on a single. Second scoring opportunity for Niesenbaum, but Slinger shows some toughness. He defends it well. But Jonah said, at Duke, if you want it, the attention will go to you. The attention goes to the guys that want it. Land of opportunity is how he described it for Coach Glenn Lanham and his assistants.
You asked Define Silvers, asked Jacob Casper. Oh, good shot there by Slinger. He stayed a little low. He's just got to come through the middle now. Looks like we're going to stalemate. Stalemate means no one can improve their position.
Casper, you mentioned Jacob Casper, really the last great heavyweight that we saw at Duke. Take a lot of pride in this weight class.
He's doing straight doubles. He's doing straight doubles, and then if he can't get both legs, he'll switch up to a single. He's still wrestling here. A short time. I like it.
Tell you what, this has been a pretty good day and a good opening period for Jake Slinger. Won a hard-fought match and sudden victory earlier over Brandon Whitman, a NCAA qualifier from a few years ago for UNC, and I think Slinger would take this body of work down 2-1 after 3 minutes.
Yes.
George Mason transfer, came back to wrestle for the college that he aspired to be a part of from his younger days in junior high and in through high school at Upper St. Clair in PA. Tied at 2. Heavyweight semifinal, or final bouts of this semifinal round. Don't forget the finals tonight, 7 o'clock Eastern on ACC Network. Sellout crowd anticipated tonight.
It's a good crowd here. Both these guys have had good shots. Niesenbaum has been able to finish, but Slinger has been able to get in. Good shot, but good heavy hips, and he's got to do a reshot there. The problem there with Niesenbaum, when he's going for the reshot, he can't reach. He's got to make sure he does that reshot or the re-attack by keeping running his feet. He was reaching a little too much. You want to start moving your hands, Sean. They're just kind of holding there. You want to move your hands. You bang it a little bit, move it just a little bit. Bang it, bang it, bang it. Now, dragging on the head does wear it down, but does it really create opportunities to score? Maybe not now, perhaps later on. But you got to move your hands. Move your hands. Bang, bang, pull.
I thought of all the weights as Niesenbaum comes right back in. Of all the weights, this one may be the wide open. As far as you can make a case for Niesenbaum, you can make a case for Katka, you can make a case for Treffin. That case being an ACC championship. Katka and Treffin squaring off over a mat 1 as we speak.
Niesenbaum takes another shot. He's going to get a stall call in his favor. But what you see, he's going for the double. And when he can't get the double, he goes to the single to his opponent's right leg.
Duke coaches and Niesenbaum talked about how each coach brings a different aspect with Ramos and Coach Erickson, Coach Bell with the funky hand fight. They all offer a different element, which has added up to a quick learning experience and him becoming an immediate ACC threat. Gets the escape and a 3-2 lead for Niesenbaum to start this third.
Niesenbaum still has to make sure he attacks, because you don't want anything to happen where it's just waiting. Waiting doesn't score points.
Forehead to forehead. These two battering rams now go ear to ear. Heavy collar tie by the right paw, but Jonah Niesenbaum. Slinger, half-hearted, comes in on a low shot, easily steered aside by Niesenbaum. Can Slinger win another tight one?
Oh, good shot.
For that high C, Niesenbaum captures the head, squeezes tightly, Slinger underneath, and referee will stop the action. Katka and Treffin tied at 1. NC State has found a way to win those tight matches. We'll see if they can do it at heavyweight.
Good shot, but heavy hips again by Niesenbaum. Niesenbaum's got to continue to wrestle here. Niesenbaum has got to continue to wrestle.
We bring in Treffin and Katka, 2 tight semifinals at heavyweight here in Raleigh today.
Yep, Niesenbaum still has to be careful here. Now Slinger's got to shoot again. He's got to shoot again. Short time. It looks like Duke is going to get a finalist. Their first finalist.
On a day that Duke really needed a win, the guy who has been most consistent for them this year delivers. Did not get to a lot of his offense, but his defense so tough. Niesenbaum, a 3-2 win. He is into the finals, and it's going to be sudden victory over on the other mat with NC State and Virginia Tech.
1-1 Treffin and Katka to see who wrestles Jonah Niesenbaum in tonight's finals.
Each wrestler getting out from underneath. Neither one able to generate any type of riding time. A lot of hand fighting, what we're seeing. This has pretty much been this heavyweight battle. A couple of early shots in the first period, nothing to be found for Treffin. And the pace has slowed since. Both very calculating, trying to find the right time to go for it.
The margin of error is a lot smaller with heavyweights because you don't want to get stuck underneath the heavyweight. So they have to pick their shots, not necessarily penetration shots, maybe snatch leg or try to snap the body down to create another angle. Both are relatively athletic heavyweights too.
Treffin, the redshirt sophomore for NC State. Katka, the redshirt sophomore, Virginia Tech. Katka has been to the NCAAs. He has that in his corner. For Treffin, really his first full year as the starter for NC State. He has had his best year to date. And this Reynolds Coliseum crowd trying to make their mark. 30 seconds to go in the sudden victory.
Lots of hand fighting here, trying to jockey for position. Short time, no one's going to take anything too foolish at this point. And we're going to go to tiebreakers.
And safe to say, I think, Rock, too, clearly the pressure's on Virginia Tech. They must get this one with the round that NC State has had.
If they want to win the ACC championship, they absolutely need this. So the disc, so it's Green's choice. Katka says he's going to take bottom. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. You wrestle throughout the 30-second period. You're trying to score as many points as you can. After the 32nd, the other wrestler, which will be NC State, will have a choice to where he wants to wrestle. Caution on Green. The bottom man moved a little too early. So both wrestlers are trying to score points, but ultimately, Treffin wants to keep Katka down. Nothing yet. He got out one. That's a quick escape there. Only 6 seconds of riding time. So what does that mean, fans? After these two 30-second rideouts, if the score is tied, it's who has the advantage. Who has the advantage of riding time? So if it remains tied, it's going to be the net positive of riding time who will determine the winner. So at this point, Treffin has to get out in 6 seconds or less. I don't know what the stall calls are, but if I am Hunter Katka, I'm going to hold on. If I need to drop on the leg, I'll drop on the leg. But we don't know what the stall call situation is because we were looking at Mat 2 with Jonah Niesenbaum. Second caution.
Yep, that is the second one on Katka. So now he really has to be careful.
And now this is the advantage of Treffin. Treffin can just explode because Treffin knows that Katka has to be a slight bit slower.
Stand up by Treffin.
This is close.
Rip away.
This is close. He got out with 1 second left. He got out with 1 second. Riding time is in favor of NC State. Riding time is in favor of NC State. He got out in 5 seconds. This could be it. Hunter Catker's got to go. He's got to go. He's got to go. He's got to go. Owen Treffin has set Reynolds afire. He got out in 5 seconds. 1 second difference is the differentiator between going to the finals and fighting for third. 1 second. Here it is. He goes down, he drops down, and what does he do? Treffin kicks out, and they looked at the clock, and it was 1 second. And it doesn't get any closer than that, Sean. It does not get any closer.
In a season in which we saw 3 teams share the regular season title, we should not be surprised that we've seen a number of semifinals get decided by 1 second, by a point, because we've had our share. But the difference so far today has been NC State has found a way to win those tight matches. First it was Orini. Brady tried to keep the hope alive for Virginia Tech. Faison has delivered all year. The national champion Mekhi Lewis and Trent Hidley both went after, both succeeded in getting bonus points. Both are into the finals later tonight.